It's the crossover here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, where I guess I have to issue an apology according to my bosses here at 1620 The Zone, that I have to apologize for getting John Bishop sick.
I think that's a good
Apparently,
idea.
after having a mild sniveling and it wasn't even a head cold, and apparently you got sick off of it. You're not on.
Yeah, I know. I think you just...
1 second, John.
I don't know. Is John on Thailand?
Yeah, of course he is.
I have to switch it on this.
Okay. John, never mind. Nick didn't have the thing prepared right
1
now.
second.
All right. Well, you and I can talk.
I'm just worried about John's immune system if this got him sick.
Yeah.
I'm sniveling. I'm barely even sneezing. I haven't had a fever. It's just a little head cold that I've had to take like some Ricola, emergency for with a couple cold and flu pills.
Yeah.
And yet this got him. If this does the job, John, I mean, I'm a little worried. 1 second. We're still setting you up before you can make a response. Well, no, 1 second, John.
What'd you say, Nick?
Tell John to talk in the stream.
He doesn't have that connected right now.
He's in the stream.
He's not connected.
He's not connected. He's not connected.
No, we'll
that
keep
way.
waiting. I'm really good at wasting time, guys. Don't worry. This is
We
why I
have
do
a
for
lot of
living.
stuff to talk about.
We got a ton of things to talk
The
about.
funniest part about this is Nick is teaching a guy right now. Here's what he should say. Don't do what I'm doing at this moment in time.
You know what? I feel like I got to keep a little bit of the scruff when I do the mustache, right? What is your opinion on my current look right now?
You look like you're trying to be Mike Ditka.
No.
Yes, I swear to God, you
What do you
look
mean?
like you are pulling a Mike Ditka at this moment
I
in
look
time.
like Leonardo DiCaprio
No,
and
you
everything
do not.
everywhere all at once.
No, you do not. John, I
What?
think we got you.
Are you there, John?
Are we sure?
Yes.
We have it. I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. Come on, Scotty. So I got you sick?
I don't know.
Oh, wow. You can hear it in his voice.
You can hear it in my voice. I'm still kind of, once again, though,
Move over.
I'm not contagious.
But what?
I don't know. John was feeling
you
totally
have
fine.
So you have the world's first virus that can't be spread?
Oh, interesting.
I'm just saying, it's like I'm barely sick. I'm just sniveling.
Well,
you
but
know?
that's what I'm asking you. What did you have?
I don't know what I have.
No. What symptoms? What did you have?
I have runny nose, headache,
Okay.
and
I don't think you got me sick.
runny nose, headache, and fatigue is the best way of describing it.
John
And
has been fatigued. He took a nap
I-
earlier.
a slight-
Fatigue is the only thing I have. I mean,
Yeah.
I was like, and it wasn't. It was one of those. It's hard to describe, but even when you're resting or sleeping, it doesn't feel like you're doing anything.
Sure.
It doesn't it? I didn't feel like tired, like I need to sleep tired. It was just sluggish.
Yeah, that's
And
the worst.
just shuffling my feet, moving around. I mean, it's a little better now. It's better than it was this morning.
Yeah, I never got
But
a fever.
I was not moving well at all this morning.
Yeah, the worst day for me that happened was on Monday, and that I had a lot of body aches and stuff like that, and I was, but I never had a fever or anything, and then it was my throat was a little sore. Now it's really just my throat's fine. It's just I'm just nasally. I'm nasally, and my headache's kind of gone too. But yesterday I was a little fatigued, and then I got over it. It is what it is, but I'm kind of treading right now. I felt bad when they said you didn't come to work today. I was like, dang it, but I feel a little bit better
That's
now.
not
I
what
was
you
just
said.
worried that the drive in, which usually, it's tiring, it's just kind of irritating, would have killed me.
That would have been terrible.
That would have been
Well,
awful.
either that,
John
or,
got
either
in
that,
an accident because
either
the drive
that or
sucked.
the idiots on
God,
the interstate.
that would have looked really bad on me.
It would have been terrible.
People would have blamed.
Yeah.
You're the reason why John's not working anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
That would have been the second time
Who's
that
my new
happened in my
host?
young career.
Who's my Phil?
I'm going to take your John's job, and they go, "That's Snake
What about
McMaster."
middays? Who are we going to put in middays?
Oh, we can find somebody. It's not that hard.
Nick, congratulations.
Hey,
Wow,
Nick
it's
Grimm.
not that hard, says Matt McMaster.
Yeah, I hope
Amazing.
our bosses aren't listening right
I'm
now.
being
Yeah.
sarcastic.
I don't know. They might
I'm
be like,
irreplaceable.
interesting. Not that hard to find a new Matt McMaster. Okay.
Stop
I'm just saying. I wouldn't say those things out loud.
it. Mustache Adam goes, was a certain bar and grill ground zero of a super spreader event.
No, it was not.
It was not.
It was a great event, and everything was awesome, and nobody got sick there except for Matt got sick this weekend, like a big jerk.
Tay goes, it better not be. If you got my son sick, it's over for you, McMaster.
Good call, Tay. Excellent call. Josh Otson writes, our big boss is in the building, Matt. FYI. Oh, man. He might be listening right now.
This is great.
Well, congrats to Western Nebraska on the new midday host. 1620 The Zone, because it's easy to do.
I was being sarcastic. All right?
Mm.
Jeez, guys. I was also making other jokes that nobody got. Who was tweeting?
Yeah,
do you have a parrot in your
that's
basement?
Bishop. Okay, I was so confused.
Is there there's like a tweet?
Yeah, is there a bird outside your window?
No, that's Woods.
Oh my gosh, his dog.
What are you doing
His
to him?
dog.
Why is he
I'm not
wheezing
I'm
like
not
that?
allowing him downstairs because this is not puppy
He's
food.
clearly upset about it.
Oh, is Woods not allowed in the basement yet?
No.
Oh man, because he'll be peeing all over the floor and pooping all over the floor.
Well, he did
slobbering.
He's supposedly done with the whole peeing thing, though.
Oh,
He
that's
did
good.
pee right in front of me. The problem is
His
there's
dog.
just too much stuff he can get into.
Okay.
And right now, I'm just afraid and I can't literally just get up and stop him from. I mean, he'd be fine if I could watch him.
Yeah.
But I can't watch.
Well, you had 3 minutes, before Nick set you up on the tie line to go back and
That's
take care
true.
of
You had
him.
plenty of time.
You know,
Well,
why didn't you take advantage of
before,
that?
We did go outside and play tug of war. for a
Oh,
little
that's
bit.
fun. That's what he wants to do.
He and Wrigley played tug of war.
He
Nice.
wants to play more tug of war.
So do you let Wrigley into the basement, but not
Oh, of
Wood?
course, Wrigley's fine. Wrigley's okay.
Wow. That's how you create jealousy in the household.
By the
John.
way, multiple listeners have referenced another word that Matt is perhaps saying wrong. Corey writes, what is this word Matt keeps saying? Sniveling? It's sniffling, isn't it?
sniveling. No,
It does
sniveling.
now, like it does. You did say sniveling.
No, sniveling is not the word you're looking for here, Matt.
Yeah, you don't want to say sniveling.
It's not
'cause
with a
that's-
V?
Sniveling is crying or complaining in a weak,
Yeah.
tearful, or self-pitying way.
They're two separate
Yes.
words, Matt.
Sniffling is what you're talking about.
Sniffles.
This is the sick version of hike the ball off sides.
Oh, okay.
Or
Yeah,
verse
wow.
versus verses.
Yep.
You've
No,
never heard
that's
of the
just
word
a different
sniffling before?
pronunciation.
No, it's
That's
not.
a different
No,
word.
No, it is not.
Oh, versus a
They're
song
two
lyric
very-
versus. I say
They're different
verses
words.
correctly now.
No, yeah.
I say verses correctly.
We taught Nick about this was in the last couple of years. He didn't know that either. Now I can't
That's
not hear it
incredible.
in podcasts and radio shows. Whenever I hear somebody say it, they usually say verse. You know who taught me verse versus verses?
Kevin Kugler.
Neil Nelkin.
Wow. He
Yeah.
teaches a lot of people.
Now I
things.
was. Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got his hands in a lot of irons.
I thought he retired. Oh, he's still working.
He
He's
will
still
never
teaching?
retire.
Wow.
I told you, I trained Neil Nelkin at KLIN when he unretired for, I think, the second time.
That's incredible.
How to do
What do
the
you mean you
news.
trained him?
Neil was already in the Hall of Fame, already retired, made his way back to KLIN to do the news, to do part-time news. With
Oh, I remember this. I
KLIN.
remember when he moved to Lincoln.
And he was there, and they just told me, "Hey, Matt, we need you to train this guy named Neil Nelkin on how to put in the news reports for KLIN." So they brought Neil
How to
in,
connect someone on the tie line.
and all of that, and how to edit everything. And I just showed Neil how to do it.
Showed Neil how to edit.
But it was brackets. It was a different system and everything like that.
Okay.
It wasn't a mouse edit. You didn't edit with a mouse. You edited with the keyboard. So you would put the cursor down. You would
Oh,
use the mouse and
wow.
put the cursor down, but you would have to break up spots using the left bracket and right bracket.
Oh,
You would
wow.
grab a little spot, then delete it, and then you'd have to zoom in. It was way too complicated. And it was a system that I think hadn't been used since 1997.
Mm.
But I had to train Neil to do it. So that's my consistent
Wow,
joke.
that's
I trained
crazy.
Neil Nelkin,
Mm.
which is
That's
super
crazy.
funny.
Text from the 402 writes, Matt is sniveling about sniffling.
I'll change. Look, here's the thing. You call me out for something I do wrong. I change.
That's true. You whine about it a little bit, but then you do change.
And then I adapt.
You do.
I
You're very-
adapt. I'm an adapting man.
Yeah.
Mustache Adam goes, the English language has a 142-0 record versus
Nice.
Matt.
Good
No,
job.
he said
Hey,
verse. He wrote
140,
verse.
142-1, you son of a gun.
He
Nice.
said verse, Matt.
No, I said it correctly.
I know, but it was written verse, I believe, on purpose.
Yeah, he literally did right.
Do you
verse.
think he did it on purpose, John? That's an astute observation from you.
Mm,
See, I used that word correctly.
no. Good job.
Look at me.
I'm proud of you.
Matt
And who,
McVocab.
and who,
Matt
who in their right
McVernacular.
world doesn't use the abbreviation
For verses?
when they write it?
Yeah. Yeah, we actually started in content writing it verses. So then to kind of help Nick along, and then he figured it out eventually.
Content.
Yeah.
Unsportsmanlike. See, I can't do it right now with my sniffling.
Nice. Good
voice.
job. Good job. What did
Well,
you
the voice isn't sniffling. The sniffles are through the nose. The voice is something else.
So Matt, how do you feel?
We'll get you around here at some point.
I'm sorry, sources texting me.
Oh, what about anything interesting? Is something happening with Nebraska football?
Are they
Tyke
sniffling?
Hayes back.
No.
Bring him back.
Tyke Hayes is now back, John.
Bring him back.
Actually,
Tyke
Tyke Hayes is going to the NFL, and the NFL is now passing a rule saying no, we don't want college.
Josh has a great idea. Maybe we change the name of the crossover to Matt Meets World.
Oh wow, nice reference.
That's really what they turned into. Which, by the way,
when the boy meets world.
I hung up 3 different what do they call those things when you come out of the shower? 3 different towels on the rack.
Good
and I got
Oh,
now
you
I
use
got
a towel rack.
now I got a second rack too that I
a
use.
second towel rack has hit McMaster's bathroom.
How about that?
I washed my towels last night. I had a fresh towel today.
Today's sheet day. I have to wash my sheets. It's been 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I wash my sheets every 2 weeks. Very disgusting if you don't do it more than that or less than that. I feel like that's the max too. 2 weeks as long as
Do you
I'll
have
go.
multiple sets of sheets?
Whoa!
I was gonna say
close.
ABS.
Yeah.
ABS.
That was
Did he go? Did he go? Did he go?
Yeah, we should mark that, Nick. That's pretty close.
Do you have multiple sets of sheets?
That was like the check swing double Palencia gave up yesterday.
Could someone rewind the thing
Yes.
and let us know?
Yes, I do.
By the way, we're gonna watch. So
I have
yesterday,
3 sets.
yesterday we watched the Cowboys Dolphins game from 1993. Today
Yeah.
we're gonna watch the Cowboys Giants game, also from 1993. So
Wow.
we can live in the good old days.
I don't like this cowboy bias that we're starting to put on
We
here.
started yesterday, Nick, with a game your team won.
Yeah, I know, but now we're watching another Cowboys
On
game.
Thursday, tomorrow, we can watch a Rams game from John's youth if he wants to, or something.
Kyle
like that.
goes, produced. Josh
Produced.
goes, teach that new kid where the dump button is, Nick.
It's this
Dumped.
one here. It says dump.
Dump.
Nice.
I would like, why don't you put on a Bears game?
Because you're going to be leaving in, I don't know, 10
No one
minutes.
wants to put on a Bears game.
I'll actually be here later today because I have
No, not on the show. We got to
not on this show.
Yeah, we have an interview coming up.
At 250. God,
What?
it's just it's
Why
just
are you so mad
ridiculous.
that we have a job to do, Matt? What is this
Yeah.
deeply upsetting about you? We're trying to figure out what's going on with old Steve Sipple. If we're kind of worried that
Steve Sniffle?
nice. We're kind of worried that he might not be a Tuesday boy anymore.
Why is that?
Because he continues to avoid us on Tuesdays. So we're kind of worried.
Yeah, this is 2 weeks in a row now. It's
Yeah.
starting to trend.
Once is a happening, twice is a coincidence, 3 times is a trend.
Mm.
Yeah.
You're gonna start putting him on Thursdays?
No.
That's when we have him.
No, we don't want to double up the same guest.
I
on the
know.
same
That's what I
day.
said. I wouldn't let that happen.
No.
Not on my radio
Wednesday
station.
is the latest
That's
in the
what I
week.
say.
We will have Sipple. It's the latest in the week we will have.
Andy goes, McMaster still has 1 challenge remaining.
What's that?
Because he goes, I did the ABS challenge, and he goes,
Mhm.
so close, just missed the strike zone by a T.
Nice.
I
Nice.
go, I still have 1 ABS.
Mm.
I do. Josh and I did that bid for about a week and a half when I would take timeouts during the show.
Oh, I remember that.
And there hasn't been a moment for me to take a timeout. I could have taken a timeout when today when Kim Mulkey thought she could, solve the Ukrainian and Russian conflict by having 2 players on the same team together.
Jack's girl, Kim Mulkey, Jack Mitchell.
He loves Kim Mulkey.
He did at one point in time.
Yeah.
That might
at
be
one
a
point in
bad
time.
take right now.
He was like, I love her outfits. Isn't that what he said? John, you were working with him. What did he say about her?
He there was just there was something there.
Nice.
There was a spark.
Nice.
There was a spark.
There was a flame between
There was
Kim
something.
Mulkey and Jack Mitchell.
Well, it was a one-way street. Obviously,
she
I
doesn't-
don't think Kim Mulkey is aware that Jack exists.
John, it would have been the Mad Men episode. I don't know who you are, or I don't think about you at all.
I don't think about you at all.
Exactly, that's what it was.
Mad Men is becoming a very clippy Instagram, YouTube short show. It keeps showing
What do
up.
you mean becoming?
It's
I mean,
always,
it's been.
it always has been.
It
Well,
ended what?
I'm
10
seeing
years
it
ago?
more.
11.
Does it really exist if Matt McMaster doesn't see it?
Yeah,
That's
that's
what
like-
people are asking.
That's like everything good in the world for the most part, except for football.
I see a lot of football.
Yeah.
Some people were making fun of me because I'm not great at fantasy football, and I had to remind people. I go, football and fantasy football are not the same thing.
Correct. I'm not good at fantasy football.
Do you even play?
I'm in one league.
You're in what? John, how many
I thought
leagues are
you
you in?
quit.
I did, but I joined my friend group started one a few years ago, and so I'm in that one.
John, you're definitely not into
actually-
fantasy
we're-
football, are
I
you?
will never go back to fantasy football.
There it is.
We were trying to lock in our draft date today. I think it's going to be Labor Day night. I think.
I have a draft day on
So
Sunday.
Labor night.
Labor night. Good call, Nick.
I have a draft day the Tuesday before the season starts. I have a draft day the
See, this is
Sunday.
ridiculous.
I have a draft.
See, how do you have
That's
that many
insane.
fantasy teams and then you bet on games? You're rooting for too many things at the same time. You're rooting for and against
There's
yourself.
too many conflicts, and it can cloud your judgment.
Yeah.
I have 4 fantasy football leagues.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
I'm in a friend's. It's a casual league, but I have no idea when draft day actually is. I don't think that's actually been set.
Matt, have you ever heard about the league that we used to have in this building? That we might still have in this building?
I would love that.
I highly
don't
doubt
have
we
that
have
league
that
anymore.
league list still
Okay.
left in this building.
So
We should have done that this year.
okay, so you ready for this? So this was a building-wide league. It wasn't just a zone league, but they set the draft for like 4 a.m. because they didn't want anyone who was on the zone to participate in it live because they were worried that our teams would be better than their teams.
See, the thing. So the last year,
Yeah, ridiculous.
the last year they did it here was the first year I did it.
Yeah.
And I don't think people realize that you could have draft boards. So I set my draft boards. I front loaded it like crazy. And that's how I ended up getting like Tyreek Hill when he was good at football.
R.I.P.
And
He
all
still
these
might
other.
be.
Eh.
No, he can't
No.
run. Remember, didn't you see his quote from a month ago? He's like, I don't have a leg anymore.
Remember that
He
Monday
might be-
night
he might
Dolphins
be getting
Titans
back.
game?
I'm holding out hope.
That was the end.
yeah,
That was the end of him.
why don't you hold out hope for Jerry Rice to be good again too?
Tyreek Hill was one of the most electric wide receivers in his
I want
prime.
you to when you arrive at the station tomorrow. You're Friday tomorrow, by the way.
Yeah.
I want you to ask Nick about the Titans Dolphins Monday night game. He'll give you 15 minutes. Of
What was that
opinion.
moan into the microphone?
It's a
Good
bad
God.
One of the worst things I've ever seen in my life.
They lost a football game. He treats it like it was
Okay,
World War III.
They didn't
Yeah.
just lose the football
It
game.
was like November.
The Titans came back. They gained like 20 points in 2 minutes. It was insane.
They hiked them off sides.
Yes.
They gained 20
They
points.
gained
20
20 points. They gained it.
Listen, the
They, like-
terminology's not right, but you know
Like
exactly
the
what I mean.
anti-Jenny Craig, they gained 20 points.
Okay, here's a topic for you, Matt. So,
Fine, scored. They scored 20 points. Is
Yeah,
that fair?
yeah, just like they hiked
yeah.
them off
Nick,
sides.
if I said the Cubs had 8 points last night, you'd make fun of me. You
Well, it's
gotta-
because those are runs, Josh. Don't be ridiculous.
They acquired 8 runs.
Yeah.
And if the Cubs did have 8 points last night, they would have won.
Yeah, well, if Sam didn't pop out with the bases
So
loaded,
I was thinking
6.
about this. Why?
That's
oh,
not the problem. The problem's a bullpen.
So-
well, the problem. What do you mean? I
Okay.
mean, yeah. I mean,
here
if
we
they
go.
get it together, Palenci's still trying to get it together, and Webb's been great all year.
Cubs.
They
stuff.
got to
except
score
for the
there.
last 2
They
times
got to
he's been on the
score
mound.
there, John. Say's got to score there.
We were having such.
He's
a good
their
time.
second best hitter. He's got to score there.
He's got to run there.
And
All
it's not Palenci's fault. It was a check swing double.
I have a topic for you, Matt. So yesterday, when we were watching said Cowboys-Dolphins game, it got an idea in my head of, I bet for some Dolphins fans, this is the greatest regular season win that they have ever enjoyed because
Maybe.
it was like a wild, crazy. I don't even know if you know anything about that game. What is your favorite regular season Bears win? Oh, I guess it's probably just the Packers one last year, right?
No, Rams 2019 Monday Night Football.
2019.
It was 2019 2018.
18?
Sorry, 2018.
Okay. I was going to say, I remember
2018 Monday Night Football.
I think it was actually Sunday Night Football, but yeah. I know
All right, whatever. Josh, jeez. That's my favorite Bears regular season.
Yeah?
2018 Sunday Night Football.
Really?
Why?
Over the Packers game?
Because the Bears hadn't made the playoffs in 8 years up to that point.
Oh, wow, that's true.
The defense was electric. The Rams were like 9-1. Like
Rams were a wagon at that point.
you
in time.
were like 10-1. You had some ridiculous record. You were clearly the best team in the league. And then they have that pick six.
Holy
couple
crap!
other
Rams were
interceptions.
11-1.
Yeah, that's probably the best regular season win I had.
Ooh, yeah,
That was a
Yeah, that
hell of a win.
sucked.
Roquan
sucked.
Smith had a pick to end the game.
yeah.
I mean, the Bears' offense was very mediocre, but it just the defense.
15-6.
The defense. I mean, up to that point, the Rams were like the favorite to win the Super Bowl,
Yes.
and then the Bears win that game, and then that was kind of it for LA after that.
They made the Super
We
Bowl.
went to the Super Bowl.
Oh, really? I forget.
Yes.
They made the Super Bowl.
Well, you lost in the Super Bowl, so clearly it didn't work out.
That's
for you.
true, John. You weren't the best team
Well,
in
I
the
think
league
the
that
Super
year.
Bowl.
We got the revenge.
No, I guess it was because 2019 was the Niners and the
Yeah,
Chiefs. I got it.
yeah. It's
That was
okay.
my best regular season.
Okay, all right. I'm trying to figure out what mine is. I'm asking.
You lost
the
a
question.
couple more games after that.
They lost
though.
one more game.
No, they didn't.
I just was looking at their
There was
schedule.
only one more
They lost to the
game.
Eagles the next week, and then they lost in the Super Bowl.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
God, my
Do
memory
you know ball
escapes me.
here?
Get out of here. Screw
McMaster
you.
versus
Screw
McMaster
you.
versus
Screw you.
2018 Rams.
Screw you. Screw you.
I don't know what the answer to this question is for me. John, what's your favorite regular season win of all time? Got to be some. What about when you beat the 49ers in 99 when it was like, oh, the Rams are good?
Nah.
No? Okay. It was week 4.
It was
right?
good.
It was
I mean,
week 3, week 4.
it's probably a win against the 49ers. I'm trying to think.
What's my favorite regular season win ever?
When you asked me this yesterday,
Eagles comeback last year was fun.
mine for sure is week 3 Dolphins-Bills 2022.
You hate the Bills.
I hate the Bills. The Dolphins won that one at Hard Rock.
Even though Tua got concussed in that game, Nick?
We didn't know that yet. He was just.
Yes, we did. He was wobbling.
Have you ever rolled your ankle, Josh? Maybe it was just that. We didn't know.
I have, but rolling my ankle has never caused me to look dazed and confused, Nick.
I mean,
Good
it didn't
point.
get bad until the next game because that was a Thursday night game with the Bengals, wasn't it?
Oh, it was.
Or was that the Steelers?
Yeah, no, it was Bengals.
It was the Bengals.
I remember.
Oh yeah, that's when I started to hate Joe Burrow.
He looked like he was Palpatine in Star Wars.
a little bit.
Is what he was doing with his hands.
That's insensitive.
I'm just saying that's what he looked like.
That was traumatizing to watch, by the way. I hated that.
Guy was in a
It's terrible.
How
fencing
about that?
position
So-
after a concussion.
So how about the Bengals that year? They were involved in that game, and then they were involved with the DeMar Hamlin game.
Yeah.
The same year.
And you wondered
at
why.
the same stadium.
And you wondered why I thought the Bengals were evil.
Those poor fans who are at Bengals games and they're watching a guy's brains get scrambled and another guy almost die.
And then Tua scramble his brains 4 more
And
times.
ever
over
since
the
then,
next
it's
2
been the
years.
Bengals players that have been going.
My
down.
brains are scrambled right now.
That's why I call Tua Mr. Scrambles, but
You
not
did-
for the football reason.
You did call him that for a long time.
Yeah,
All
that's
right.
a bad look, Bengals fans.
Mad
It
at you
is.
out on the pod or on the cross.
What? You guys are discussing your games.
All right.
I didn't.
Crappy boo
I
year.
did
Crappy
not.
boo year.
Nick screwed up the John
Everybody
stuff to
complains
start.
when I make everything about myself, and then for 2 seconds I let you two talk because I have nothing to add, and then all of a sudden there's a problem. I was just letting you guys go.
Okay.
I don't really, I don't have anything to relate to that game. And I'm not going to turn it into something about me.
Chris says Matt looks like he's auditioning for The Godfather Part 4, The New Beginning. Yeah, you do have a little Godfather
he's
look going
gonna
on
be-
as well.
Yeah.
He's going to be Mafia Hood number 3 who gets it in the first
No,
scene.
the NFC North Championship hat I enjoyed very much, but it kind of rides my It's weirdly shaped, like it's kind of like
It is.
uncomfortable.
It's like this.
Like it's sloped up, so it's like on the top of my head, and I don't really like it. Like I like to wear it for a little bit, but then I get annoyed and I take it off.
Well, yeah, because now it makes you look like a mafioso when you take it off.
Well, I mean, I can't cut my hair. Well, I don't want to cut my hair for a while. I'm trying to grow it out while I have it.
Yeah, but
So-
the whole slick back thing, and it just kind of looks, weird.
Yeah,
Not
it
weird,
also
but
isn't.
it looks
this
very
isn't-
mafias.
This isn't great either. Like it has to be parted the other way. I'm very clearly losing hair here. I am on Nutrafol though
What's
to
that?
try and restore my scalp.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a hair
like
growth thing.
Scalp.
Yeah,
That's
the hair growth.
Scalp, John, is your head. It's just part of your head.
See,
Well,
if
I know
if
that,
I-
but I mean, just the idea. I've never heard it described that way before.
If I part it,
I mean, your
this way, it
scalp
looks a
is
little
still
better.
there. You're trying to keep your hair.
Yeah. Amazing Janet says Matt looks more like a cop than any cop I've ever met. Wow, that's true.
Are you a cop?
Nice.
What do you knock?
Nice. Well, good to see you, Matt. We got to go. We have a 250
Yeah, we have
a
guest
guest
coming
at
up pretty
250.
soon.
How convenient.
Yeah. No, it's not convenient.
It's literally what we do.
This is going to be over soon, except on Tuesdays.
I'm actually
And
okay
throw in
with a quick
Sipple,
little
this-
crossover.
But this isn't even the extra
I know,
guest fault. This
I
is
know.
Sipple's
This
fault.
is Sipple's fault. That's true.
Always blame Sipple. I think that's a good rule.
Not a bad idea at all. Not
Not
bad.
bad
idea.
at
All right, guys, this is fun.
Good to
All right.
see ya.
Bye, Matt.
Thanks
Bye.
for getting me sick, Matt. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Mm.
We'll be back. The Grum with a guest
Nice.
and more starts next on 1620 The Zone.
your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Nick, are you messing with me, man? Audio issues are just weird today. Just very weird.
You can hear me, though, John, my glorious takes.
Yeah, well, that's one thing.
Yeah!
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Whatever you turned on, Nick, because I got the open right before we went on the air. I had no idea it was on. It was very quiet.
We'll work through it.
I know how you can hear the commercials. You just have to, whatever you just did for the open, Nick, you just got to do that for
No,
the
because if I
commercials.
do that, then they'll go out over the air.
Oh, that's right. They're
Or
not
over
allowed to
the-
go into the YouTube
Yeah.
stream, John. That's why.
Well, but
It's
All
neither
right.
here nor there, John. We're powering through. We're professionals. We can do this. We can handle
I guess
this.
we will.
We can
But
handle
if
this.
at some point I'm just blankly staring into the camera waiting, and Josh says, "Where are you going to say?"
John,
something?"
are you
I'll be
going
like,
to talk?
I didn't hear anything.
You going to
I didn't hear
introduce the
anything.
segment?
It may happen. It may
Okay.
not. Who knows?
Looking forward to it.
Welcome to the Grum, everybody. We're still powering through on this. What maybe that's the other problem.
Wednesday.
I thought it was Thursday when I woke up.
No, you're not allowed to say that when it's the day earlier. That's terrible.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
convinced it
man.
was Thursday. And you know what it was?
What?
And it actually made me feel better for a moment that I was wrong.
Oh, what?
Because I realized I still have 2/3 of Nick's movie left to watch. And I thought, crap, I'm about to watch the whole damn thing tonight. Then I realized, wait, it's Wednesday, so I could still divide it in half.
John, are you really a Gen Z? Do you just lack the attention span to watch a movie any longer than an hour and a half?
Oh, wow. Tough look, John.
No, I've watched The Godfather straight through. I've watched many movies straight
Then
through.
why is this such an issue?
It
When you
was-
did The
it-
Godfather, you didn't complain near this much.
because The Godfather's good.
This is good.
No, it's not good. But
Yeah.
I'm giving it a chance.
Yeah, we can tell. You're really giving it a chance. But here's the thing, John. You don't have to drive home tonight now, so you got an extra hour and 15 on your docket. You can finish the movie tonight. You can watch the movie tonight. That'll be great.
Cool.
But, John, if you watch it tonight, then because you're miserable, you don't have to watch it tomorrow. So there you go. There's a positive for you.
The other positive is it might help put me to sleep. Anyway,
Oh, John, you monster.
Welcome
You
to the
absolute
Grum.
jerk.
let's get to the Grum down because
Hell yeah, baby.
it's time to start suing.
No. Oh, my
The
gosh.
lawsuits, they be a coming.
God, I can't wait
Not
for
yet,
the
but they
games.
will be. They'll be there. They'll
Yeah.
be there. The ambulance chasers promise. Oh, we're coming. We're coming for your lawsuits. Steve Sipple, or maybe not.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Have you heard
Mm.
Nebraska loves their running back room? This is
They
going to, I mean,
do.
we did the whole checklist thing. This might be the only thing we need on the checklist. If the running backs are good, not good,
Mhm.
but if the running backs are good, then we've accomplished the checklist because they are doubling down, tripling down, quadrupling down.
Yeah.
But this room is good.
They better be good.
25 teams, Michigan,
Oh, awesome.
Clayton Safey of the Wolverine will
Mhm.
join us to preview the Wolverines.
Mm.
Also, we got some Scott Docterman did up some schedule strength in the Big Ten.
I saw
I was
this.
a little surprised that a
was
certain
too.
team wasn't higher.
I was too. It says a lot about the strength of the conference, John, that maybe that team isn't a little bit higher. Am I right?
I don't know.
Okay.
But speaking of that,
Of what?
how much P4 versus P4 are we going to get this season?
Oh, here comes Soapbox John. The answer
No,
is not very much. So I know
Well,
you're going
we
to get on
won't.
your soapbox.
Well, and shouldn't that be all of our
We knew
soapboxes?
this, though. You're just coming up with more things to complain about. I just want to say the season's almost here, isn't it?
Of
grand,
course you do. You want to
everybody?
bury your head in the sand,
Nah,
pretend like
I just
nothing's
want to
happened.
watch it and say I love football. I love it.
I
It's
just-
such a great sport.
I just want to watch Hawaii and Stanford.
Yes, exact. Thank you, John. You know me so well.
How much of that game are you going to watch?
Oh, I'll probably all of it, Nick. What else am I doing on Saturday? What am I going to do? Sit and read a book? No.
Hang out with your wife, maybe get some dinner.
She's working. No, we'll eat dinner at home.
Play with Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks.
Mr. Banks will also, whoa, touchdown Stanford.
Hey,
Mr.
Oh,
Banks.
he hates being around you when you watch football, though.
He does. He gets really triggered.
Why would you torture him?
Why would you get excited for Hawaii and Stanford to the point where your dog would hate?
See, that's the thing. I'm not going to react to any of these games where Banks is going to be like, this sucks. Now,
Nice.
the Dallas Cowboys are playing football in a couple of weeks. Then that's when that will happen. That's when that will happen.
Mitch Holtis Chiefs camp report.
It's a Wednesday.
Fired up for football is back.
Yes.
The last go round.
The last go round. This is not the last year of football, John. Football will continue.
I mean, it could be.
No,
You
it
never
will
know.
not. You are such
You
a jerk.
never know, but that's
Just
not
a
what the last.
sourpuss.
That's not what the last go round is referencing.
Okay. There's a lot of hype for this new Fired Up for Football Open. I hope that this thing lives up to the hype.
Dumb debates, and we've got some good ones today, including, I believe, someone left us a 1620 the voicemail or 1620 the answering machine. I don't know which of the nomenclatures we're going.
Yeah, what are
with
we
at this
going with
point.
there, Nick?
I've been calling it a voicemail, I guess.
Okay. The voicemail.
I mean, it's modern to say voicemail. No one uses an actual answering machine, but I kind of like 1620 the answering machine just because it is old and outdated. And does anyone leave a voice message anymore except for that random robocall that I get every day?
Oh,
Which,
the one
by
that's
the way,
saying, hey,
haven't
I hear
gotten
you
one
want
today.
$50,000. We're almost done with this loan. Is that the one you're talking about, John?
Your Walmart purchase of $1,000.
I can't believe you know what? Knock on wood, I haven't gotten one today.
See, I would argue. So I always leave voicemails if I call somebody and it goes to their answering machine or whatever. The problem is the people who don't know how to clear out their voicemail box. Like my dad. I love my dad. I can't never leave him a voicemail anymore because his box has been full for the last 2 years.
Your dad's box is full.
I know.
Take it out of the box.
I have an OCD issue. When I see the little voicemail thing, I got to get rid of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I delete
the
my
little
voicemails.
indicator on the front of the screen.
Oh, I
Got to
hate
get rid of
that.
it.
I hate those.
Got to get rid of it.
I don't want those notifications.
So I'm
ever.
like, delete, 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 delete.
My indicator goes away because I have voicemails that are saved that I just never delete. But as long as I listen to it, the indicator goes away. So that's kind of out of sight, out
Why
of
do
mind
you
for me.
save a voice?
Maybe it's like somebody saying "I love you" for the first time. Maybe Paige said "I love you" for the first time in a voicemail.
Maybe there's voices I want to hear that
Wow,
aren't
that
around
is
anymore, John.
Oh, did Dolly Parton leave you a voicemail?
R.I.P.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. And are the back, folks?
All right, we need to count the number of stars. John, I don't know if you're allowed to say that word. I know people have started saying it more on Twitter these days, but just because they say it doesn't mean we can say it on the show.
You'll find out.
Okay.
It's our Grum Down.
Nice.
Grum Down.
402-951-1620 on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. You can still register for that $100 gift card to Prairie Flower Casino.
Yes.
Go to 1620thezone.com and
Yes.
get yourself registered today. Tweet at us, X at us. By the way, have you noticed?
Blue sky at us. People do, and I never respond to it.
Nobody blue sky.
I swear to God, John, we get one blue sky a week.
Have you
Yeah,
noticed?
blew us.
Have you noticed on the Twitter X that you can add to your timelines? Did you get the NFL all of a sudden for some reason? I just saw this.
No, I don't know. I literally have no idea what you're even discussing right
So
now.
when you look up at the top and you got the beautiful, very functional For You tab,
Sure.
and then you got the following tab.
Yeah.
And then there's a little plus next to it.
Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, I haven't done anything with that.
Well, for some reason, the NFL started showing up on there.
Yeah.
Like an additional timeline.
Oh,
I'd
yeah,
go in and
mine's
like,
there too.
They
Huh.
just put it there.
Yeah, because I have a bunch of F1 stuff saved up there. And
Yeah.
they just shoehorned NFL in there.
Incredible. Anyway, I had to get rid of it because I don't like that clutter. I don't need.
No,
I follow enough NFL people. I get the
Correct.
NFL news. I
Correct.
follow Shefty Schefter. He tells me everything.
Yeah, he was tweeting some stuff earlier today.
He was real quick. Equitable Bank Zone inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring. EquitableOnline.com. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. So last night.
Pretty much
assume
right
it
as
was
we
last
left. Yeah, right as we left, John, the
Oh,
show.
it was?
The
Okay.
SEC. Are you talking about the SEC first?
Yeah.
Yeah. Seriously, I think we got home. I got home and I got home at 6:20. There was some stupid traffic on the way. It was very annoying.
Yeah.
And I was eating dinner, and I had the phone in my left hand as I ate with my right hand. And there is a tweet about the SEC basically joining arms with the Big Ten Conference and saying, we also will not allow these athletes to play sports once they go pro.
And apparently it was a unanimous decision, though I
Unsurprisingly.
did see something where it was 15-0 and LSU abstained.
That is pretty funny if that is the case.
Now, I don't know if that's accurate because the original report said everybody voted for it, including LSU.
Mm-hmm.
But then I had just was scrolling through the Twitter before the NFL tab interrupted my flow.
Yeah.
And I thought I saw somewhere that LSU abstained.
Okay.
Because obviously they're the ones that are at the center of all of this. But essentially, it's the same as the Big Ten, but because they always got to one-up each other, the SEC went one step further
They did.
and included basketball.
That is true.
They included the NBA and the WNBA.
Mm-hmm.
And so this will affect R.J. Lewis,
Yes.
the former St. John's player who had gone and actually worked out, and he played. Didn't he play a couple of games with the Celtics or something?
Joey,
anyway,
we need Joey
he played in
Sketch.
3 NBA games and was coming back to LSU or coming back to college to go to LSU.
Yeah.
And now he's affected apparently in this as well. But the penalties, again, they always got to one up each other. It's the same half-season suspension as the Big Ten. But then the SEC said that voting privileges would be revoked on business matters. So if they had to vote on a business matter, like a new television contract or something involving business,
Your team's not allowed to do that?
that the voting privileges are revoked.
They also did the same thing like the Big Ten did with revenue, right? Where they cut revenue in half, I believe it was. Or
Now, I don't
something
remember. Did the Big Ten say that they were going to cut the
Yes.
operating budget? Okay,
Yeah.
50% of the sport's annual operating budget. And the league also retains the right to levy other penalties by Greg Sankey and or SEC presidents, chancellors, if necessary. Now, obviously, the lawyers are back at it. Ryan Downton is one of the attorneys who represents the players in the Louisiana case. Says
Ryan
the
Downton
attorneys
Abbey.
are considering the appropriate legal response. He says the NCAA should be held in contempt.
But this
for
isn't the
permitting-
NCAA. This is the SEC and the Big Ten
I
and
know.
the Big 12.
Said they should be held in contempt for permitting conferences under its purview to blatantly violate court orders.
What are we talking about? They created a rule.
They created a rule.
That's what I keep saying, that you have rules. It'd be like if a judge is like, hey, we think it should be 1st and 9 instead of 1st and 10. And it's like, okay, well, I guess the judge said that it had to be a 1st and 9 instead of a 1st and 10. We have to follow it. You can't just create everything. You're not the arbiters in this situation.
We also found out that Lane Kiffin had been reaching out to multiple players
Well,
on NFL rosters
Is that a surprise?
in an effort to get them to bring a lawsuit against the NCAA and return to school, including, of course, Daquan Wright, who is the player at the center of all of this.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear what Todd Monken said, the Browns head coach? Because Wright, I believe, was he with Cleveland? Was that his last team?
Yes. Yeah.
Todd Monken said last week at a press conference that Kiffin called him in the middle of camp. And Monken said, I wondered why Lane Kiffin reached out a week ago. Now I know. I didn't call him back. I guess I should have.
He didn't delete the voicemail. He should have deleted the voicemail, John. He probably had that little 1 on his phone all week long.
Unreal.
Yeah.
Unreal. Now, the other thing that's kind of interesting in all of this is, we think about antitrust. Everything's an antitrust case. Mitt Winter, who is a sports legal expert, said from an antitrust perspective, it's not a great idea for all the P4 conferences to make or discuss new rules banning athletes who play in pro leagues from playing for their member teams on the same day. Technically, it's not the same. Well, I guess it was the same day. It was yesterday for the Big Ten and the SEC.
Mm-hmm.
Big 12 and ACC are probably soon.
No,
to
Big
follow.
12 followed. They followed as well.
Did they do that last night?
Yes, they did.
Good grief, this is happening so fast.
Yeah.
But I was thinking about this. was thinking about this last night as I was walking woods. What if the league? What if a court rules, hey, you have to accept these guys, but the league goes ahead and punishes their teams anyway? Like, let's say, for example, LSU decides, or a court, someone decides, hey, SEC, you can't do this. And Daquan Wright comes and tries to play for LSU. And the SEC says, we're still withholding your money. We'll make you forfeit games. What exactly can a court do?
Exactly.
Are they going to come and arrest Greg Sankey?
Yeah, they're not. They're absolutely.
Are they going to come and arrest the schools that refuse to play teams or acknowledge teams? Like, if LSU were to make the SEC championship and the SEC said, no, you're not allowed to play because you were playing with an illegal player. I mean, what exactly? I realize this is kind of sounding anarchist here, but what exactly is
what leg do they have to stand on is kind of what you're asking. Yeah, exactly. By the way, John, real quick, I misspoke. So I thought the Big 12 had voted on it. The athletic directors met Tuesday and are in unanimous support on the ban. Okay. And the league is expected to finalize it within the next day or so. Okay. So expect that news to come down eventually. But yeah, that's what I mean, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. I think the ACC is going to follow. Yes. The Big 12 is going to follow. All the Power 4 leagues are going to follow. And then why not everybody else at that point in time, right? I saw somewhere where the Pac-12 was looking. I don't know why other people wouldn't. But to go back to kind of what you just said, though, and that is, what will the courts actually do? What are they going to do? Arrest Tony Petitti? Arrest somebody? I mean, I'd be all for that. Yeah, I know you. I know you would. Even though he came up with this idea first, John. Shout out to the Big Ten getting out in front of the SEC yet again. It's like it's a national championship. Yeah, but they only went half measures. They didn't include the NBA. That's true. They did not. And the WNBA. That's true. What about Major League Baseball? What if the Mountain West and like the Sun Belt Conference don't? And they say, come on down. And then it's a way to balance everything out. Come play with us. That would actually be funny. Kind of funny. I would laugh pretty hard if that was the case. Kind of funny. I would laugh pretty hard if that's the case. Also, yesterday we brought up the possible scenario where if Daquan Wright was allowed to play for LSU, and let's say he has a great month of September, and then some NFL team goes through a rash of injuries at tight end. And decides, this dude's balling out right now, and we saw him in camp. Let's bring him back up. We threw out that possibility, right, of this minor league type system where you could technically send down a guy and then bring him back up. Well, Adam Schefter tweeted about an hour ago that the NFL is about to provide clarity to clubs later today regarding league rules governing player eligibility. A player that goes back to college this season will be prohibited from signing with an NFL team this year. So the whole notion of going back and forth, it sounds like the NFL is going to say, hey, you go back to college, that's fine, but you can't come back to the NFL this year. Now, certainly they could come back next year, I would assume, but for this year, no. The back and forth apparently won't happen. So at least the NFL is probably saying, damn you, college, you're making us do all this stuff. But they're kind of covering their bases. They are probably really annoyed. I'm happy that they are doing that because it would have been ridiculous. I was hoping that it wasn't going to happen, and now that's one less thing to worry about yet again. I agree. All right. So there's the latest. Well, I'm sure maybe, who knows, maybe at some point today we'll get that lawsuit against the SEC or the Big Ten. Awesome. And we'll have all of that fun to discuss. Looking forward to it. Coming up, we got maybe Steve Sipple. Cross our fingers, everybody. HuskerOnline.com. Yep. We'll ask him about what he saw yesterday at practice, among other things. Also, speaking of college sports and dumb things that they do, we have a new dumbest thing, and it has to do with the media. Not again. The lame stream one. This might more be the lame stream school. Oh, okay. Lame stream school. I have a guess on what this topic is. Yeah. So all of that and more. 402-951-1620. And again, Liquid Trucking. Hey, see, I got my Liquid Trucking shirt. Hey, me too. Look at us, the Liquid Trucking boys. I should have worn mine today. I wish you would have told me. Nice job, Nick. I'm wearing my Star Set shirt. Nice. I don't even know what that means. It's a band. Classic. Probably costs $80. Simple to come. It's Wednesday Grum.
I
Thursday.
didn't mean to rhyme,
Not Thursday.
but sometimes I do it on time.
Mm.
1620 the zone.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Is he there, or is he telling Nick once again, oh, I need to change?
He better be there.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
That's 2 in a row, buddy.
Zipper, the Tuesday days, is that a tough day for your schedule now?
I don't know. I mean, it just depends. I mean, my proposal would just be to do a floating Sipple. You know?
Oh,
A floating Sipple.
that's too hard, man.
I'm told if it floats, it's not. It means there's something wrong with your digestive system.
Yeah, no. I think with boiled eggs, if they float, that's good. If they sink, they're bad.
John was talking about poop.
Oh, that one. Hey, I don't know. Well, I told Nick that we would settle it at some point.
Ominous.
Husker West said Sipple waited until today so he can give us breaking news from practice. Is that true, Sip? Do we have breaking
what
news
happened?
from practice?
And no, that's not why I waited. I was just jammed up yesterday.
I know. So, of course, the big news, we were just talking about it, the Big Ten and the SEC not allowing pros to return to college. We heard Troy Dannon 2 nights ago.
Yeah.
Talk about this and say, hey, we're not going to engage in this kind of stuff. I don't know what you think, Sip, but we can criticize, some of the things that administration have done around here, but this is one area where I'm like, thank God, because I'm glad. I mean, we still talk about it. We don't have to cover it from a local perspective because Nebraska's going after any of these guys who have turned pro.
Yeah, common sense discussion. It's probably a one-off too. I don't think we're ever going to deal with it again. I'm not as offended as a lot of people are. I heard Dan say it's an abomination and all that. I guess. I mean, we all. I always say we're all culpable. We all open these doors. Got to pay these guys. Got to give them all the power. What do you expect was going to happen? So I don't know. I feel kind of weird about going hard on it, going hard after this. After, as a collective, we all said we got to get these guys paid quick now.
Yeah, but there's a difference between getting him paid and a guy going pro and then coming back, right?
What do you think was going to happen?
I didn't think that. Like, I understand like the slippery slope argument, but I don't mean that has to. I don't think that means we have to imagine weird crap like this going down too.
I don't know. That's a bad look for everybody, including the people who clamored so hard to pay the players.
No,
yeah, it's really almost offensive to me. People that clamored so hard to pay them now it's all, oh, this is horrible. Like what? There was no rules in place. Yet you wanted it so badly, and it was such an affront to everybody that they weren't getting paid. It's kind of weird to me. It didn't bother me if Nebraska were looking at somebody and they're going to come back. I'd be what? How's that hurt us then? We're just covering it. Wouldn't have bothered me probably at all.
Wow, interesting.
Why would it bother you?
Well, it's just, I mean,
guy making a move to another pro team. I mean, that's what it is. He's got. They can earn money like me and you can earn money.
Right, but so are we to say that all of this is to say that there shouldn't be any eligibility of any kind in college? It's just, hey, it's just another professional league.
I mean, it's not perfect, but yeah, it's another professional league. There's guys making, $6 million, Darian Mensah. I'm not sure I totally understand why everybody's up in arms about it. I mean, what? I mean, that's what we wanted this. I guess we just wanted certain parts of it, not this.
So we don't, when I say we, I'm just speaking generally here. Maybe it's you. It's the idea of there is no more college football. It's football affiliated with colleges.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, John. That's a good way to put it. That's the way I regard it.
I'd honestly, I mean, I've heard people, kind of go to that extent in terms of, it's professional now, but, I think there's still the avenue of, and listen, we could go down an entirely different path with this conversation, and I wasn't necessarily intending to do that today, but we all know why college sports exists in the first place, and that was it's a marketing tool. It's a marketing tool to get people to come to the school. That's why it was invented, essentially.
Still is, yeah.
And now, I mean, it's still being used for that, but it's more being used because it's a business that makes a lot of money.
Yeah. So far, you've not convinced me at all why it shouldn't be okay for a guy to test the NFL, didn't work, go back and make money, and sometimes make more money.
Okay.
I mean, it's not. Listen, I get the optics not good. It's just optics, though.
I'll tell you though, Sip, what you're advocating makes a lot of all of this seem tolerable. Yeah, right? It lifts the weight off of folks who, pine for the good old days. It's like if you allow yourself to think that Nebraska football is a professional entity, it exists to employ people, even though they're not technically employees. It does completely clear your mind and lift the weight of, well, but are they going to class, or, is this guy eligible, or, how much it kind of lifts that burden off your shoulders. You're like, you just kind of watch it like you watch the NFL, except it's not the NFL.
We're all going to digest it the way we digest it, and everybody looks at it a little differently. How much different is it than just a guy going from the NFL to the USFL? I mean, we're not. That doesn't bother us. I look at it. That's the way I see it.
Okay.
It was available, I've voiced displeasure about the optics, but there's that part of me that when this stuff comes up, I go back to all of the arguments people were having about getting players paid. And now we circle back, and it's like, wait a second, not this way, come on. I mean, we all did it. A lot of us did it, where we pushed and pushed. We knew that there weren't rules in place, there weren't the proper parameters, yet we pushed. And so when this stuff comes up, I feel kind of funny about expressing this dismay and indignation. I'm not going to do it. And plus, I want to be respectful to the players. Like the guy from LSU just wanted to go back and make some money, or go from the Bengals and go to LSU and make some money. I mean, he should be able to do that. If the rules allow it, why he should be able to do that.
Sip, moving off of this, Nebraska, and the running back room. I don't know if there's a position group that we've talked about more this entire offseason. You and us, John and myself, the fan base, the coaches. The rule got ahead of it. What was that, a week and a half ago at one of the press conferences? He was like, look, I know you're going to ask me about it. And he gave like a little response about the running back room. So all that as a preamble. What did you make of what EJ Barthel had to say about the running back room yesterday? I mean, it's gone beyond doubling down and maybe even beyond tripling down with how they feel about this room and how they continue to talk about it.
Yeah, fully double down on it. Must be very. I mean, the way I regard it is this. By going to a podium in front of the world and saying what he did and expressing that level of confidence, it must be pretty good because he's staking his reputation on it. You know, I mean, E.J. Barthel is staking his coaching reputation on something that we are all going to be able to judge with our own eyes September 5th and going forward. So that's almost enough for me. I mean, that he would put himself out there at that level. Good, it's heartening. If you're a Nebraska fan, you have to like that, right? It tells you that he must really like those guys, particularly the top three. Not limited to the top three, but especially Mekhi Nelson, Isaiah Mosey, and Jamal Rule. You know, in the back of your mind is always kind of the Tyke Hayes thing. Why did you bring him in? And yeah, I'll just keep it at that. But yeah, it tells me he's very confident, and it probably should be somewhat reassuring to Nebraska fans.
Sip, it's almost to the point, and I hate to put things into absolutes because only a Sith deals in absolutes. Because there's always a middle ground, right? But it's almost to the point for me, as I was hearing Barthel repeat what he said in the spring, that he's either going to be right, and this group's going to be good, and we're not going to be fretting about this throughout the season, or his job's on the line, right? Where it's like, if these guys aren't that good, he's out the door. And again, I don't want to deal in those extremes, but you kind of almost are put to that point where it's like, okay, these guys are going to be great. Or, you know,
they're
E.J.
really
Barthel's
wrong.
going to be looking for another job.
No, I think it only depends on if he's really wrong. You know, like
yeah, and that's why I say there's layers. I mean, you know, what's great, what's good, what's okay, what's adequate, you know.
Right. We'll know. You'll know.
Sure.
You understand it. If it's, you know, if there's a lot of fumbles, we know what subpar running backs look like. Unfortunately. I mean, I always say we're fortunate. You know, guys like, and I can include Josh. And I always kind of paint Josh as this young guy, but he's been around a long time. The good news is we've seen some great players here, and then didn't.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
We saw something else, and we know we have a good feel for what really, really good Lawrence Phillips, Mike Rozier, and me and John's case, and we know what's not very good.
Yep.
So we'll know. We'll know beyond a shadow of a doubt by Game 7.
Well, this was the thing, Sip, that I was trying to game out in my own mind yesterday when these quotes or when he had to say those things. And that is when he says the running back room is better. What was the exact phrasing? This is the best running back room he's had at Nebraska. So I was thinking, okay, so Emmett Johnson to whomever is, well, I guess you kind of trade Emmett for Rule in a way, right? And everybody, the other guys move up. And so I was like, okay, so you have all of that production that is lost, you know, and whatever Jamal Rule is able to bring to the table. So then I was trying to figure out how much better does Mekhi Nelson need to be, Isaiah Mosey versus themselves last year to actually prove that to be true. And I cannot imagine a world where this is actually a better running back room. And like kind of forget about stats, but just what you're talking about right now, you know, when you see it, I just do not imagine a world where that can actually be true.
I don't think you can imagine it because you haven't seen Jamal Rule except in the spring game.
Yeah. I
think Jamal Rule's purely the wild card in this discussion as it stands right now. I mean, we have a pretty good idea about Mekhi. I feel like I have a pretty good idea about Mekhi Nelson and Mosey. Now, Mosey's so young at the position, but I don't know. I mean, it sounds pretty good now. I mean, Mosey's a good football player. I will say this. I mean, when I watched this film, and I said it on a lot of shows, probably yours, I thought watching his high school film, oh my God, he could be a running back. He runs it like a running back. His run after the catch is amazing. Watch his high school film. Watch his run after the catch. Now, he does play some running back in his film too. So I get that. I saw enough of Mekhi, and I heard enough about Mekhi. I mean, I'm always a little embarrassed by this conversation because I wrote on our message board before they played in Chiefs Stadium in Arrowhead. When they played Cincy, I said, watch Mekhi Nelson. You're gonna see some Mekhi Nelson. Never saw him. You know, hardly saw. He came in for a couple plays, right? And then he kind of disappeared.
Yep.
But he was a thing to people in the program last summer at this time. Okay. I mean, so it's not like he's a new entity, at least not to them, a little bit to some people, but not to them. So I'm confident in Mekhi Nelson. And then what I always hear now from the people who watch over there is Rule's the best of the three. It's just how quickly can you make him the guy? I mean, is it game 1? Is it game 6? Is it next season? I don't know. My guess is game 4, 5, 6, that area.
When you say that he's the best guy, is the only concern about making him the guy beyond just that he's a freshman? Is it just the pass blocking?
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it, Josh.
Yeah,
I do. And just, you know how it is. You watch this stuff. Just being a freshman.
Yep.
You got to kind of project in your mind. It's not easy to do. Like,
you want to see it when the bullets are flying.
well, I mean, Josh, against like, hey man, like against Oregon. I mean,
yeah, good luck.
Against Indiana. Hey, you watch Indiana last year? You see what they got up front?
Mm-hmm.
Is he ready for that? Those are grown men now. I mean, that's not Houston Christian. It's not a nice little Saturday stroll. It's a bear now.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is he ready for that? It's a mental thing mainly. I mean, I think it's mainly a mental thing. Are you mentally ready for that? Because you're going to get torn apart. You know, you're going to take a brutal pounding, and that's just what you just got to be ready for. And I don't know. You don't know until he's presented with it.
Sip, when you look at this team upcoming and you kind of project ahead as to what you think might happen, where would you urge fans, your readers, our listeners, to have the most patience?
Ooh, that's a great question. With Orich, you know,
with Orich.
Okay. Keep in mind that he inherited what he's got, and not,
it's a good answer.
You got to always keep that in mind, especially what he inherited up front. And I always go to the same conversation. You probably get tired of it. It's not the edges; it's the interior. He inherited it. And you know what? Max Olson gave us a great. I looked at it again today. That article he wrote last week or a couple of weeks ago about what happened with the portal defensive line situation. People just got priced out, and that had to be a nightmare. I covered it. Do you guys remember in January what was going on? Like it was like on a defensive tackle. Like what's going on? This was gigantic, and it was slow developing. And then we got an answer why. Some guys went early, and they were high priced. It drove the market way up. And then we learned. I mean, Pete Nakos on 3 is reporting that they paid Calandria 2.5. I mean, Nebraska. I know from what I've heard is the money just became an issue with that interior D line in that discussion. I know that's the case. They didn't. And I don't even blame them. The price. Read that article about Olson goes position by position. I would go read it. Read the defensive tackle part.
Yes.
And what happened? A couple guys went early, drove the price way up, and it kind of screwed everybody. You know, and then
the market is set by the highest bidder. I mean, that's where it is.
And it got way out of whack at that position. It got way out of whack. It got absurd. And that was nothing you can do about that. Now, Whittington comes in pretty good. I think they feel pretty good about Joshua Whittington.
Mm-hmm.
I think he could be pretty disruptive, particularly in the first 3 games. It's just how is it going to look when he's playing the mammoth line? Like, for instance, Washington. Look at their guards. You know, when you're playing the 320 pounders and he's 270, what's that going to look like when they lean on him? If a team's going to do that, like the Harbaugh teams just leaned on you and they just wore you down. And I don't know. You just have to look. Kind of Indiana can do that. I think you have to look team by team to see what they're going to do. And then Stoudemire, I'd say, has been pretty good in August from what I've heard. I think his August was better than his spring. they say he's a heavy-handed. He plays well with his hands. So he might. You just hope they're sufficient. In Whittington's case, maybe he could be better than sufficient. You hope for sufficient in that area, and maybe like Van Poppel becomes better than sufficient too. And then, okay, there's those three guys. Now, what if Tyson Perry's 4, which I've heard could be the case? That's a lot. Remember, Nash Hutmacher's a redshirt freshman wasn't nearly what he was at the end, right?
Mm-hmm.
Lefatu, unknown entity. Junior, just don't know. Been hurt so much, you have no idea really what Lefatu can give you. Those are the guys. And Gabe Moore. Gabe Moore, just he's a junior. He played last year. You got to have him now. Those are the 6 that I think those would be your top 6. And you just got to hope they're sufficient and in maybe a couple cases better than that.
So that's a good answer. Just Orich in general, because we know how people, we go back to the days where Charlie McBride was on the hot seat because, people didn't like how things were going. And it seems like, the coordinators get a lot of heat, right? Get a lot of heat.
They always will.
And they always will.
They will.
And so just saying a little bit of patience might pay off this year.
You know what's interesting, though, Sip, is that, and this isn't to argue, but just to present a different kind of case, is that in my lifetime, Nebraska has replaced a coordinator, with a defensive coordinator in particular, a handful of times. And Bo showed up and immediately the defense changed. Tony White a few years ago showed up, immediately the defense changed. Meanwhile, you've seen guys show up and immediately the defense changes for the negative. And so I'm really curious because I'm a buyer into Orich, but I also, we talked about it, I think, with you 2 or 3 weeks ago, where I stumbled on that random YouTube algorithm of watching a game from a decade and a half ago. And I was like, wow, look at all these dudes. And I just wonder if they have dudes on that side of the ball or on the team in general.
Yeah, I bet if you look back to 03.
Oh, dudes. Say, DeMario Williams, the Bullock brothers.
Yeah. And
McPherson.
Now, I'd have to look. Was that, I don't know who it was. Was it Trevor Johnson on that deep?
I believe so.
Well, he was a great player. And he would be like Jadeveon Clowney on this defense. He would.
I'm sure Trevor's out there somewhere going, yeah, I like that comp. It's a good comp.
Well, people think I'm being disrespectful. Just go look what he played in the NFL. He's one of the, John, you'd say he's one of the forgotten greats.
He is definitely forgotten. You mentioned his name and it instantly, I went back to his high school days, but yeah, you're right. There, and that was the thing about it is, and sometimes you fall down those YouTube rabbit holes like I do. And I see guys making plays in Orange Bowls and stuff like that going, God, I forgot about that guy. And he was like the 3rd string guy, and it's really good.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd have to look at that 03 team, what Bo walked into, but I bet it was pretty good.
It was.
Yeah, I bet there wasn't a lot of holes on it. And then but Bo did good things, like moving DeMario Williams to the line of scrimmage.
Correct.
Like moving Eric Martin. Remember that, Josh?
Mm-hmm.
They've kind of made Eric Martin into an all-league pass rusher.
Well, the comparison I love is just a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, when Tony White took over. I didn't think that defense was loaded with dudes, and suddenly it was. And so, good coaching can really change the outlook because it's just different eyes on players, right? And it's like, whoa, those guys had poor defensive line coaching in 2025, and now they suddenly don't anymore.
Bingo.
Right. As coaching, I hate to say it, it matters. It just matters a lot.
Yeah, it does.
Good coaching manifests itself pretty quick, but you do have to have the guys to do it. That's you can make guys too. And you can do it pretty quickly sometimes, but I don't know. We'll see what it looks like.
All right, Sip. Well, we'll talk to you next Tuesday or Wednesday or whatever day it is. We'll be in a game week.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll work it out with Nick.
Perfect.
That's a great idea. I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah. You guys.
Thank you, Sip.
Bye, Sipple.
Bye.
Steve Sipple, HuskerOnline.com.
John, were you changing your tune yesterday? You're like, this is the worst thing that's happened ever in sports, and now you're agreeing with Sipple, and you're like, hey, you know what? Not so bad anymore. I guess I'm kind
I
You just
I,
wanted to diffuse the conversation.
Well, I didn't want the conversation to be hijacked because I knew we wanted to get to some Nebraska things, and I thought we got some good things there at the end.
Yeah.
So I wasn't going to go that hard in the paint. But if you have kind of the attitude that Sip does about all of this, it does free your conscience from a lot of this crap.
I just hate the idea that because one thing happened, that meant that everything else also had to happen. That is not the case. Just because players are paid does not mean we need unlimited eligibility forever. That does not, 1 does not equal 2. 1 + 1 does not equal 2 in that conversation.
No, but I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying if you just
see, now that is the nihilistic black pill discussion we were having yesterday. So I mean, if that's how you're operating, I mean, I'm not going to tell you to not view things that way, but like I will never do, because I always hate the slippery slope. Well, if you allow this, then oh my gosh, it's going to be anarchy. No, you don't have to allow the other things. You can stand up, and you know what? That's why the Big Ten and the SEC are doing that. They're standing up and saying, no, we don't need these things to happen. And I'm happy that they're doing so because they're not viewing it that way. They're not being nihilistic about this. And I hope that other conferences, and I hope that the sport continues to do that in general.
But I will argue this, and then we'll go to break. Some of that is self-preservation. Well,
sure.
Take that back. All of it is self-preservation.
But that can still be good. It does, just because it's self-presertion doesn't mean
it doesn't
mean it's a bad thing.
But
I think it's a good thing. You think it's a good thing.
Ultimately, though, at the end of the day, I mean, yeah, you're right.
Here's the thing, John. Like, if the good things happen in this world, I don't care why they happen, but if good stuff happens, if a rule is made or something is changed, you could have the craziest rationale. But if the good stuff we get, then I'm happy with it. And I'm happy with the SEC and the Big Ten saying what they said over the last 48 hours.
The how matters. The how matters. I wouldn't go
well,
that far.
In this case, does the reasoning, self-preservation versus doing it for the good of the sport, like you can have different sides of the aisle come together in this scenario, and I'm okay with that.
Coming up, if you want to hear the dumbest thing or the dumbest new thing, we've got that. And also, we have some composite power rankings from our new K Ford.
Yes. That might be what we have to refer to him as.
Another K Ford has hit the grum.
God, we love graphics and charts.
And how often are the conferences playing each other? Our new K Ford also had that.
Oh, nice. Thank you,
so
new
we
K
got
Ford.
a lot to come. Yes, new K Ford is great. We'll be back. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Happer and Schaefer on 1620 The Zone.
NASA has been forced to reassure the public that Earth will not suddenly lose gravity after a viral conspiracy theory claimed it would disappear for 7 seconds yesterday. The rumor alleged that intersecting gravitational waves from colliding black holes would cause gravity to shut off at exactly 14:33 Universal Time or 10:33 a.m. Eastern yesterday morning, 9:33 a.m. Central Time. Dang, we blew right through that. We didn't even know. Posts warned that people could be thrown into the air, resulting in 40 million deaths, spreading widespread infrastructure damage and economic collapse lasting more than a decade. Those claims were supposedly based on a leaked NASA document detailing Project Anchor, an alleged $89 billion plan involving secret bunkers for essential personnel and genetically diverse groups selected to repopulate Earth. The projected time has now passed without incident.
How dumb are people?
So funny. Like, gravity button off.
It's all gravity.
The black holes are colliding.
Gravity's going to, quote, shut off.
This is my favorite of the things that people have been worried about, I think, ever. We had Y2K. We had many raptures and things of that nature.
Mayan predicting things.
Yes, the Mayan counters, whatever. Like,
well.
this is a personal favorite. Gravity is going to shut off, causing a worldwide collapse.
For 7 seconds.
For 7 seconds.
7 seconds, 40 million people would die. Widespread infrastructure damage. Economic collapse.
That's right. And they have a bunker already ready for
We have
people
a
ready to
genetically
repopulate
diverse
Earth.
group selected to repopulate her.
Happer and Schaefer, weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back. 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com. 97.7 The Zone in Hastings, Kearney, Grand Island, and, of course, our YouTube channel. Just go to youtube.com, search 1620 The Zone, and like and subscribe, and you'll be able to watch our shows as well. Nick, we need a sports flash.
Oh!
Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct sports flash update. Sports flash. From the Sports Flash Sports Desk. It should be a sad sports flash update,
Oh,
but
no. What happened?
the Big Ten has extended tone.
Oh, I saw this. 5-year extension.
Yeah, so we're stuck with him through June 2033. Or if he gets fired, he'll get paid through 2033.
Oh, congratulations
Sports flash.
to him.
Tone has provided outstanding vision.
He
I
is the
love it
new
when
vision,
they use
John.
that word. Outstanding vision. Sports flash. For the conference through extremely turbulent times. Sports flash. We're thankful for his leadership and appreciate his spirit of innovation and collaboration as we continue to navigate the changing landscape of college sports.
Why can't anybody in a corporate newsletter or memo just talk like a normal human being?
That's
Why does it
not
all have to
allowed.
be corporate?
Because
slop?
they're not normal human beings.
just say,
Nick, you
yeah,
don't-
we extended
they're
him because
bureaucrats.
we
Nick, you
wanted
don't
to.
get to the top by talking like a normal person.
You don't have to politic every aspect of everything. It could just be, yeah,
Sorry,
we
Nick.
extended him. We thought he was good.
Those are the rules.
We thought he was solid. We were down for him.
Mustache Adam says clear vision like old vision, but clear. He's
Nick.
new vision.
We need another sports flash.
Oh!
Sports flash. Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct sports flash update. Sports flash. From the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
What's this one?
This one's coming from the NFL, the Superior Football.
What do they say?
The NFL has announced, along with the Players Union, a new penalty structure.
Okay, this wasn't warranting of a sports flash. What are you
What
doing?
do you mean? Yes,
You're-
it is.
The sanctity of the sports flash
You
has now
are
been destroyed.
fraud, my friend. This is important.
No,
it's
it's
very
not.
important.
No, it's not.
Because they're changing things.
Why are you talking like this?
Because I think it's a great.
You don't even believe what you're saying right now.
The NFL is, in an attempt to making the game safer, will place a greater emphasis on 5 rules violations: the hip drop tackle, the horse collar tackle, launching, no rockets, hit on a defenseless player, and the blindside block. Players who commit 3 offenses in any of these categories during a season would be suspended for a game.
Oh, 3 of them during the season. Oh, wow.
Yes.
Okay.
This is why it's a sports
I mean, no,
flash.
it doesn't. Again, it didn't have to be a sports flash. It could have been a content question, but okay. Interesting.
I mean, this is like the NBA. You get too many technicals.
Yeah,
you
but we
to
don't
sit
do
out.
a sports flash for the NBA. Had to change the technical.
This is the
rule.
NFL, you buffoon.
No,
I
this
thought
is-
you liked football.
This isn't sports flash worthy. I love football.
Wow,
this wasn't worthy
this
of
isn't
a sports flash.
All the times that you've destroyed the sanctity of the sports
No.
flash, and this isn't sports
See, but when I
flash
do it,
worthy.
it's a bit. You're doing it. You're seriously saying that this was good enough to give the music from Nick 2 times, two times for a Petiti extension and
Honestly,
hit
this was
drop
this
tackles?
was a better one than the first one. I would have just done it for
Both
this
of them
one.
suck, John. You could have mentioned them in passing. You could have said, by the way,
I don't know if
Petiti
you
got
know
a
this,
5-year
Josh,
extension.
But when your favorite cable noise channel throws up the breaking news, most of the time it's bad news.
And you, what is that? I don't know. What does that have to do with anything?
You just said both of these stories were bad.
No,
Yes,
no.
Sometimes sports flashes
Your
are bad.
decision to call for the sports flash was bad. Not
I
the
disagree.
news,
I
not
think
the-
it is. I think it is relevant. I think it is relevant.
Petiti
This is the first
getting an
time-
extension was relevant of a sports flash? Worthy of a sports flash? Nick, what do you think?
The Petiti thing makes sense.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it directly affects us in Big Ten country.
No,
Yes.
it doesn't. How does this affect us?
He's the person running the Big Ten.
Okay.
He's the idiot that's going to give us a 2014 playoff.
Now the presidents are going to be the ones to do that.
Well, he's the idiot who started it, so
Yeah.
it always goes back to the original idiot.
Alex and Lincoln, a second crappy sports flash has hit the Grum. Thanks a lot, Bishop.
The penalty thing also makes sense, but I agree it could have been a content thing.
Thank
it didn't
you,
have to be
Nick.
a
Well, it
sports flash.
wasn't
Should've been a-
content. You already wrote it, Nick, so it's a little late
you
for
should have
that.
added it to
If
the
only
question.
there was some kind of way to
We
add
wasted
words
more
to a
time
document.
with Josh's insipid argument
And now the
about
segment's
the
over.
unnecessary sports flash than we did on the actual
First
sports
Sipple
flashes
says-
and discussing the merits of both sports flashes.
First Sipple says allow Patrick Mahomes to come back to college, and now this.
The amazing Daniel says this doesn't need to be a sports flash, but this conversation needs to be a meeting.
This
This could have been an
conversation
email.
could have been an email.
This segment could have been an email.
The segment could have been an email. That's true.
Well, when we come back, pair ratings.
Hell
The new-
yeah!
Oh,
new,
you're in on it now,
I love pair ratings, Nick. This is great.
especially for college
the new
baseball.
K4.
Take a bite out of the pear.
Nice.
That's what this segment could be called. Let's take a bite out of pear.
That, and we're going to preview Michigan
Ooh,
from Clayton
the
Sayfield.
Wolverines.
Wolverine.
good job, Nick.
We're going to ask him about their crappy quarterback, says Josh Peters.
Yeah. Now I won't refer to him as the crappy quarterback, but I'm going to be like, why is he going to be good? That's pretty much my question.
Why is your quarterback crap?
Why is he going to be good?
And I agree with Raby. We need more sports flashes. Lower the bar.
I don't want rabies, John. I'm out on rabies.
We will return after this. Maybe another sports flash when we
Oh
come back
no.
on 1620 The Zone. Don't forget, there's still time for you to register for our trip for two to see the Oregon Ducks host Nebraska. Yes, you get round trip airfare for two. That's what I was trying to say. Hotel, 2 nights, tickets, $150 in gift cards to spend on whatever you like. Just go to 1620thezone.com, get registered today, and there's bonus entries available when you listen to Middays with Matt, weekdays 10 to 2 here on 1620 The Zone. It's all brought to you by the Woodhouse Auto family. Well, we have a new K Ford. Sadly, I don't know if K Ford's doing his thing anymore.
K Ford, I believe, is done. I think he is done. I reached out to him. He didn't respond. His website hasn't been updated, I believe, since like November of last year. He hasn't tweeted. I think he has left the business of prognostications.
Well, we have pairratings.com.
Yay! I love pears. John, are you a pear fan?
Not really.
Okay.
Not a big fan.
All right.
But what we're looking at here, for those of you watching in, and if you aren't, please do so at youtube.com, 1620 The Zone TV. These are the top 10 teams in terms of the consensus rankings between 7 different power polls, which include Pair Ratings, which is this website, the SP Plus, the FPI, the FEI, the Massey, the Doctor.
Who's the Doctor?
I don't know.
Dr. Lou? Is it R.I.P.? He's
and the
not with us.
Sagarin ratings.
Oh, wow. Old school. The OG of the analytics in college football.
And if you notice, Ohio State almost got a perfect score. Only the Doctor had Ohio State number 2.
Who did the
They had
Doctor
Notre
have
Dame number 1.
Oh, the Doctor is in.
But the consensus top 10, Ohio State, whose average in these 7 different polls was 1.1. So again, almost unanimous. Oregon and Notre Dame were tied at 2.9. 4th place, Indiana, they had a 4.6 average rating. Georgia was 5th at a 4.7. Texas was 6th at a 6.1. The FEI does not like Texas. They had Texas 12th.
Holy moly.
Otherwise, Texas would have easily been a top 5 team without that low bar. Miami, 8.1. They're 7th. Alabama, 9.4.
Hell no, way overrated. What are we doing?
The Sagarin had them 14th, so that's
good
their
job
low
by
score.
you, Jeff.
Texas Tech was 9th, and Texas A&M was 10th.
By the way, you mentioned that the Doctor had Notre Dame number 1. Prison Matt says, so maybe it really is Dr. Lou, to which Prison Matt said Dr. Lou from the grave is picking Notre Dame. Is this the ghost of Lou Holtz picking Notre Dame number 1?
It could be.
The Doctor is in.
Here is the composite top 10 in the Big Ten Conference.
Ooh,
you can
okay.
also search by conference. And there's Nebraska sitting at number 10.
What's their low number?
So their average is 35th.
Overall in the whole country.
So the 7 composite poll average is 35th.
Okay.
Their low score was in the FEI, 44th.
And that's our friend Brian Fremeau, who we had on the show a month ago.
And FPI, which is ESPN.
Were they the high guys?
That's the high score at 30. So if you throw out the low score, I mean, Nebraska, I mean, it's pretty consistent. I mean,
yeah, sure.
Pair Ratings has Nebraska 35th, SP Plus 33rd, FPI 30th, Massey 39th, Doctor 34th, Sagarin 31st. So very consistent, but FEI, Brian Fremeau is a little less.
The negative boys.
Yeah. And if you notice, for those, again, if you're watching in on the YouTube channel, you can kind of see in the top 10 how they're tiered.
Oh, yeah, for
right?
sure. Yeah, they're really
so Ohio State, Oregon, and Indiana are within 4 places of each other.
Yep.
And then it drops off a bit. And you got that mid-pack of Michigan, USC, Penn State, and Washington, who all were basically averaging about 13th to 15th place. Then you drop a few more spots, and you got Washington and Iowa. They're hovering around 20th. And then you drop a little bit more, about 10 more spots, and there's Illinois, who averaged a 31.9.
Yep.
And Nebraska at a 35.1.
So, I mean, it really fits, John, the way in which we talk about this conference is that it is the upper class. There is a middle class. I usually include Washington in the middle class and Iowa, if I'm being honest. And then I get to the really healthy kind of, mid to below mid.
The low score for Washington and Iowa were both the same, 26.
Okay.
A
in
trend,
the 7 different polls.
a trend now that I'm noticing is every time Nebraska shows up in one of these composite polls, and it is a trend now, they're usually floating somewhere in the 10 to 13 range of the Big Ten.
That's usually where they've been picked to finish this year.
Which means Nebraska is mid.
I don't think anyone would argue. Well, people would argue with it, but I would agree with you, Nick.
Statistically
mid.
Yes.
The computers say it at least.
Oops, that's the wrong slide.
Damn it, John, you jerk.
John, what's wrong with you?
You idiot.
Why would you do that?
Where did I put it? Where did I didn't want to go flipping through all the cards. I think this is it.
There it is. Look at our fun new graphic.
And charts.
We are going to be keeping track of this all year long, John, right? This is like last year's K Ford, where I want to do
last year's K Ford.
So this is the preseason look at it. I am also saving these on my computer, so I can flip through them and look and see what it was and what it is now. But this is going to be really nice to see the expectations. Pear, John, like Brian Fremeau, has them pretty much a 500 team. Brian Fremeau had them at 5.5 wins. Pear has them at 6.2 wins. And I don't think it would surprise anybody that, you know, there are like the 3 obvious wins, and then everything after that is either a sure loss or darn near a coin flip. It is pretty wild.
What I like about this too is the way the Pear
colorful.
does it is it not only shows it not only shows the win percentage, but also a projected point spread.
Yes, me too, John.
So Ohio 91% chance of victory, basically a 23-point spread. Bowling Green 94% chance of victory, a 24.5-point spread. North Dakota 98% chance of victory, a 35.5-point spread. By the way, Nebraska is not favored in 6 games. Indiana, almost a little north of 2 touchdowns. Oregon, 23 points. Washington, 4.5. Illinois, 3.7. Ohio State, 3 touchdowns. Iowa, 7.9.
No, they are favored in 6 games then.
Yes, they are favored in 6.
I thought you said they're
underdogs
favored.
in 6.
I see.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's the schedule, according to Pear, is the exact same as kind of a lot of people are viewing it. By the way, there was a question in the Husker Online chat today, and it was, when will Nebraska pick up their 6th win? And Robin and Sean and Sipple all answered it. And I think it was Robin, maybe, who said that they will, or was it Sipple that said they will pick up their 6th win against Rutgers? And that made me just think about what November would be like if they entered that game as a 5-4 football team, with Ohio State and Iowa still to come and all of the pressure that would be on that game to get to bowl eligibility. It would be stressful around here.
Before we go to break and bring on Clayton Safey and preview Michigan.
Yeah.
Of course, there's a game on Saturday between TCU and North Carolina.
Yes.
Josh just went 6 to midnight.
Yeah.
TCU will
down.
probably not have any credentialed media there outside of their own radio network.
Why is that, John?
Well, the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, who is the one entity in the Dallas-Fort Worth area that regularly covers TCU football, had their credentials revoked. And it was because of the way they covered an August 13th locker room assault that led to the dismissal of safety Jacob Fields. TCU informed the Star-Telegram this week that their credentials were being pulled because their coverage of the story resulted in threats to the victim of the case, who was a junior wide receiver. Now, the Star-Telegram didn't identify the player in the initial story. They only identified the player in later stories when the player outed himself on social media. But yet TCU thought that the Star-Telegram was covering the story irresponsibly and thus pulled their credentials. So the intrepid reporters or photographers going to Ireland won't have any reason to go because their credentials got revoked.
Do you think
TCU.
They found out with a text message that said Dykes calling? This is pretty weak, man. This is pretty weak.
Sounds like TCU's department in charge of this are kind of a bunch of snivelly.
Nice.
Little B words.
I was going to say more like TC poo.
Nice.
Yep.
By the way, real quick note, Friday, we're going to be acknowledging the 1-year anniversary of something that this game gave us.
I can't wait.
And a special preview of North Carolina TCU. That'll be coming up Friday. here on the
Awesome.
Blog.
Can't
Nice.
wait.
Josh, are you going to do your spider charts for that game?
Oh, could we? I guess we could.
I like
Sure.
your spider charts.
All right. Might as well.
Coming up next, Clayton Safey of the Wolverine will preview Michigan in 25 teams on 1620 The Zone.
The countdown is on.
Lindenmeyer, the tight end, in motion. Raiola in trouble again. He goes down again. That's sack number 5 Justice Haynes. Well, that might do it. He's got 3 touchdown runs of over 50 this year, including 75, and he's got another one. Touchdown, Justice Haynes, Michigan.
Second down and 7. Marshall with a hole. Marshall bursts into the secondary. Jordan Marshall will take it all the way for the touchdown. A 56-yard dagger.
Got it up. It's good. Michigan wins. On their worst day, they come back and beat Northwestern 24-22.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grubs.
He deleted the Holy Chicago out of the call. Holy Chicago!
It wasn't in the clips that I found. They deleted it on.
That's
the
not
other
the
places.
story. You're burying the lead.
Holy Chicago!
You're burying the lead. Our Iowa-based producer used 2 highlights
Unreal.
from the Nebraska loss in
Unreal.
the montage.
Classic Nick.
I apologize on behalf of Usher Media Group.
Go Hawks.
Clayton Safey of the Wolverine joins us to preview Michigan in 25 teams and 25 grums. How you doing, Clayton?
I'm doing well. Great to be here. Pumped up for football.
Absolutely.
We're not there on the ground as you are covering Michigan. Obviously, we, like the rest of the country, we're covering it from a 35,000-foot view. So I'm not sure how palpable, the vibes, the uncertainty was, especially near the end of Sharon Moore's tenure. But I'm curious what it feels like now versus where it was maybe a year ago or maybe 9 months ago.
Yeah, it's just completely different. And, I think part of it is it's just quieter other than what we're hearing about on the practice field from Michigan and, just previewing what's going to happen on the field for them this year. At this time last season or last year, Sharon Moore was being suspended for his, deleting text messages and all that. And you almost forget why at this point. It feels like distant memories. But in the clips you guys played from that Michigan-Nebraska game, Biff Poggi was Michigan's interim head coach during that game. Sharon Moore wasn't even there. And he had the clip afterwards where Biff did, where he's going to eat some coffee, Haagen-Dazs ice cream, smoke a Cuban cigar, and probably go to the hospital. But, that tells you just how crazy things were. And then that didn't even include all the rumors that were swirling. And then ultimately Sharon Moore going down and being fired for his own inappropriate relationship last December, which you kind of heard rumors behind the scenes. But then once it actually went down and you saw Adam Schefter's tweet, it was pretty surreal to see. But Whittingham, completely different era, completely different feel. This guy is a football guy through and through. He's been around forever. He understands how to run a program. And I think he's energized by the opportunity to do it somewhere else and prove it at a place with more resources.
Clayton, let's start on the offensive side of the ball as we dive into this year's group. Bryce Underwood, of course, the quarterback, 5-star ballyhooed. A lot of talk about his recruitment in the lead up to him joining the program. I'm curious as to what you think, beyond the really weird situation that he was in last year with some of the stuff that you just mentioned, as well as just being a true freshman. What is the best argument beyond that stuff for improvement for him as a sophomore at that quarterback position?
He has experience under his belt now, 13 starts. He was healthy all year last year and was actually pretty productive in some games, had some highs and lows. The lows were too low, but he had some productive games. And he could run the ball a little bit, and he also has the capability of making a lot of different throws. Now, the consistency, the decision-making, the footwork in the pocket, all that slipped as the year went on, and none of it was anywhere near up to par against the toughest competition on Michigan's schedule last year. And they have tough competition this year. You talk about Oklahoma, Iowa, you go at Minnesota, Penn State, you have the Indiana game, you go at Oregon, you go at Ohio State. So they're going to have to be really good this year if they want to win 8, 9, 10, 11 games and push for a college football playoff bid. And that it starts with Bryce Underwood. Serious questions about where he was at coming out of the spring. I think fans were pretty alarmed by what they saw in the spring game, but he has made progress from what we've heard, not only coach speak, but also sources behind the scenes, that he's grasped this offense, which was really successful the last couple of years under Jason Beck at New Mexico. And then
last season at Utah with Devin Dampier as the quarterback. And Underwood's got a better arm than Dampier. Dampier is a better runner, but they're going to mold the offense around Bryce. So you hear about the progress. You just want to see it in the games. And it's talking season. I think that's just about over. I can't wait to actually see what kind of improvement, what kind of leap he made this year.
Clayton Sayfie of the Wolverine as we preview Michigan in 25 teams. What will Jason Beck unlock in Underwood?
He's going to run him more. That is for darn sure. They had a really potent quarterback run game at Utah last year. The run game overall was outstanding. They led the country with 6 yards per carry. They ran it a lot. They also had some success, throwing out of the pocket, things like that. Things that Bryce Underwood has done well, but he's going to have to stand in there and make some throws too. It's a very RPO-heavy offense, so they're going to kind of take what the defense gives them. Underwood's got to make the right reads, good decisions, but they've got really, really good running backs, guys. Jordan Marshall coming back this year. He led Michigan in rushing last season, despite Justice Haynes being the starter for most of the year. And then the 5-star freshman, Savion Hyder, one of the best recruits that Michigan's ever had at the running back position, looks like Saquon Barkley already. He looks like an NFL type of player physically. Obviously, it's not going to be right out of the gate where you're going to be that great, but he's got the potential. So I think they're going to be able to run the ball. The offensive line, 6 guys who have started games at Michigan are back, plus some others that have come in. So they should have, and the wide receivers have improved. They should have a good base here for what the floor of this offense could be.
What do you think they're going to, or how are they going to use Hyder, the true freshman, in the offense? And I guess at what point do you think that they'll really try to start ramping things up with him, or could that come as soon as game 1 or 2 in the non-conference?
Yeah, he was a little banged up at middle of fall camp, and I think he's back now. So I expect right out of the gate he's going to get a lot of playing time, and that you kind of pick a few guys now in college football in each position group that you're willing to pay. I mean, Justice Haynes goes to Georgia Tech for over $1 million, and you chose Jordan Marshall, Savion Hyder. They have more eligibility left, and those are your guys. So, they decided back in January, this dude's going to play, and he's only validated that he's good enough to do that this year. So they're going to use him out of the slot, 2-back sets. Utah ran a ton of those last year. They don't have a ton of depth, so maybe not as much as Utah did a year ago under Jason Beck, but they're going to use both of them at the same time sometimes, and then I think rotate them in because Jordan Marshall has struggled to stay healthy for how productive he's been throughout the year. They want to get him through the end of the season, so they're going to mix him, Savion Hyder, in with Jordan Marshall.
We're talking with Clayton Sayfie of the Wolverine. Michigan's our team today in 25 teams in 25 grums. What about the talent around this offense, especially at wide receiver? Is there enough talent to make this team a better threat in the passing game, and especially for big plays?
Well, the way I look at it is if Bryce Underwood from last year, the exact same player, was thrown into this offense, he would improve because, like I mentioned, the offensive line's older and better and more healthy this year so far to start the year. They had some injuries they were dealing with a year ago. Andrew Babalola, the former 5-star, was out for the entire season. The running backs are really good. The wide receivers have taken a huge step forward in talent. Andrew Marsh last year broke Michigan's freshman records for receiving. He's back now as a sophomore. And then J.J. Buchanan, one of the best receivers on Utah, transferred over with Kyle Whittingham and Jason Beck. And he has a great downfield threat, 6'3", 225 pounds, a big-bodied receiver that had 9 contested catches last season. And a bunch of guys who have experience playing at Michigan at the wide receiver spot are further down on the depth chart than they ever have been before because they've added some talent to that room with a couple true freshmen that'll play. Celeste Moa was a 5-star, Travis Johnson, a high 4-star. So there's talent around Bryce Underwood where if you had the same guy last year without any improvement, which I expect improvement, then he would be that much better because of the weapons they have around him. I think they have a bunch of different guys with different skill sets that they can use.
Clayton, other side of the ball, John Henry Daly. He ruptured his Achilles late in the 2025 college football season. He has been back in camp, right? But it has been limited. What does that look like for him, and what's the hope as the season begins in a week and a half?
They've ramped him up throughout fall camp, and last week decided that the pitch count was done with him in terms of limiting his reps.
Okay.
He's full go. He scrimmaged on Friday, which was their final scrimmage of fall camp. And he's been ahead of schedule really ever since that surgery. I know He put something out in December before he entered the transfer portal saying, I'll be ready in 6 months. And sure enough, he was cleared to be a full participant in team activities on June 1. They were cautious with him because he's got experience. They just want to make sure he's healthy for the season. But it seems like him and Rod Moore, who's dealt with knee injuries the last couple of years at the safety position, former All Big Ten player just a couple of years ago, they're both ready to go for the opener unless something comes up that is not according to plan. So that's big because those difference makers on the defense could be what makes it a much better defense than potentially it otherwise would have been, bringing in a new scheme with some new pieces.
And talking of that scheme, new defensive coordinator Jay Hill was at BYU last year. How different do you think this unit will look?
He's talked about the similarities that he's seen between that Ravens scheme under Jesse Minter and Mike McDonald and Wink Martindale that Michigan has run over the last 4 or 5 years compared to what he's run. But I do think it'll be different to a certain extent. He blitzes from a bunch of different spots. They play a little bit more man coverage, which I think suits this personnel group, pretty well, because Michigan's got 3 corners that they're going to use, a nickelback, and then 2 guys on the outside that are entering their 3rd year in college football. Those guys have seen it all. Smith Snowden comes over from Utah, and then Jair Hill and Zeke Berry were Michigan's 2 starting corners the last 2 seasons at different points in different spots. So they have veterans back there. The secondary is the strength of this defense. The defensive line returns only 1 starter, but they bring in John Henry Daly, and then the linebackers are the biggest question mark because pretty much their 2 deep from last year is gone, off to the NFL, 1 to the transfer portal. A lot of talented young players, but just not a lot of experience.
You just mentioned John Henry Daly. He's one of a few players that came over from Utah, not necessarily just to isolate the Utah guys, but in terms of the new incoming transfers, who needs to click the most this season if the Wolverines are to have a great year?
I think it might be Daly, just because I think having a dominant pass rusher is going to help out the back end of the defense. It's going to open up, opportunities and one-on-one matchups for the other guys on the defensive line. And I just think that can kind of tilt the field in your favor there. If you have a difference maker there, he had 11.5 sacks last year in 11 games, and he had like 2 sacks in 1 quarter before he tore his Achilles in November. So that was in the Big 12. Now I've looked at it. The Big 12 had as many NFL draft picks at offensive tackle as any league out there last season. So he was going up against good competition and was super productive. But I think it's Daly, and then J.J. Buchanan, who I mentioned earlier at the wide receiver spot, comes over from Utah and is just a safety valve, a guy that you can throw it up to and he'll go get it. So maybe an opportunity where you throw it up to a guy, you wouldn't, maybe it'd be incomplete if you throw it to somebody else. But if he can come down with it and you can move the chains and you can steal a first down, that could be big for Underwood's confidence.
Clayton, there are a couple teams in the Big Ten that are historic powers, blue bloods, where I am just trying to get a read on what success looks like for them this year. One of them is Penn State, just given the changeover and all the new players. I mean, it's basically Iowa State East, and then the Michigan Wolverines. I'm curious as to like how you would define, and I'd love to know what the fan base is thinking too. What is a good season for Michigan given year 1, but also year 2 of Bryce Underwood and of course the recent success that this program has had?
With the schedule they have, I think winning 9 games, being in the mix for the college football playoff would be solid. I mean, I would argue that to have a fully successful season, you probably need to beat your rival Ohio State and get to the playoff in this era. You have to it's kind of a different target than we've had before now that you're in the 12-team era. But Kyle Whittingham said at Big Ten Media Day that he would look at it as a success if they're playing in meaningful games in November. And I asked him as a follow-up, does that mean even if you don't come out on top in some of those games? And he said, yeah, we need to shore up depth at a few positions. It might take a year or 2. It was kind of downplaying things and maybe, tempering expectations a little bit. I do think the way he's talking is a little more confident coming out of fall camp with what he's seen from the talent level, the buy-in and the culture. But I think he's curious. I think the fan base is curious as to what this team is going to be. But I think that really they'd be happy with the college football playoff bid, and they'd be okay with being in the mix for a bid. If they don't get there, if they're 7-5, 8-4, I think that would be looked at as a disappointment, not a disaster. And then I guess maybe 7-5 or lower, that would be a disaster, quote unquote, for Michigan fans. Which, hey, I mean that's a lot of fan bases are going to think the same way.
Exactly. Clayton Sayfie of the Wolverine. Clayton, we appreciate the preview. Thanks. Should be a very interesting season. It's going to be odd for me to look at Michigan games and see Kyle Whittingham wearing maize and blue.
It really is. Even seeing him in the Block M just around Ann Arbor in different events has been crazy. But appreciate you guys having me. Had a good
You're
time.
welcome.
Thank you, Clayton.
Clayton Safey with our preview. We mentioned earlier that Scott Docterman did an article today for The Athletic on strength of schedule, ranking all of the Big Ten schools in terms of their strength of schedule. Michigan comes in at number 2.
That's interesting because Clayton just said that he thinks it's a pretty solid schedule. That 9 wins would be pretty good. Yeah, well, I mean, it's a tough group of teams that they're having to play this year.
Second toughest schedule. The FBS opponents record from last year 99-58. 6 preseason AP top 25 teams. So it's and the average rank of their Big Ten opponents is 35th. So it's pretty high up there. And when you look at,
they got Oklahoma in the non-con, right?
They got Oklahoma in the non-con.
Of course, they have Ohio State. They are very similar, John, to Nebraska. They have the playoff teams from a year ago, but then they also have a tough non-conference. They also have Iowa. That said, though, they have Penn State and they have Minnesota and a sneaky good team, though a lot of people are juicing them up, so maybe they're not sneaky anymore, in UCLA. This is. If they went 9-3 versus this crop of teams, I would be blown away. But you know me. We've been talking about Michigan all offseason. I'm selling on this team. I am just not buying into them. I think it's too much to ask. And I'll be honest, a lot of it does come down to Bryce Underwood. He just seems to me like one of those classic 5-star quarterbacks who just is not a good thrower. And you're hoping that at the next level, he is able to do so. Now, with a new coordinator and Beck coming in, we saw what he did with Devin Dampier. So, there are reasons for optimism. I just find it hard to believe that they're going to be able to get to that level. But Whittingham is a good coach. I think, John, that I'm maybe a little turned off by some of his later years and how the offense got a bit stale, though, he made some changes there. But
they won a bowl game.
Yeah, and they just
in a postseason game.
They were fine at times. He finished strong, but he had a couple of years, 3-4 years ago, where it was like, what's going on with this Utah program? So we will see. We will see.
Our buddy the pair has Michigan at 7.7 wins. They are favored in 9 of their 12 games, according to the pair. They're a 7-point underdog to Indiana, 2-touchdown underdog to Oregon, 2-touchdown underdog to Ohio State. But there's quite a few coin flip games in there, like Oklahoma, Iowa.
Yeah, so going 9 would either
Penn
mean going 0-3 versus the playoff teams and sweeping the rest, or pulling off an upset, and then losing one of the others, which it could happen, right? They beat Ohio State 4 years in a row. The team a couple years ago was trash, and they beat Ohio State. So it's not impossible. It's just I find it kind of hard to believe.
Now on to back to Docterman's column. He had Nebraska's record in the Big Ten sixth toughest.
Mm-hmm.
And as he wrote, if the Huskers hadn't backed out of a game against Tennessee, his words, not mine, they would have battled
those words, though.
They would have battled for a spot in the top 3. Still, this schedule is plenty difficult. Nebraska has a workable first 5 contests, but the final 7 games feature 6 teams that racked up at least 9 wins a year ago. And, of course, starting with Indiana. They got 5 preseason top 25 opponents, and their average rank of Big Ten opponents is 34.2. So it's actually just the same as Michigan's. But these are Docterman's rankings, not mine.
That's true.
Take that for what it's
By
worth.
the way, not sports flash worthy.
Oh,
no, it's not sports flash worthy, Nick. No, I said it's not. But the NFL is eliminating the Pro Bowl.
But the flag football games.
It's
and
canceled.
Other stuff. What else did they do? The throwing contest or
I don't watch that mumbo jumbo.
Kickball.
I'm too busy hanging out and reading books.
Ping pong competition.
Well, let's see if Josh thinks that if this is sports flash.
Oh, what is it now? Again?
Sports flash.
We have Holtis coming up.
Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct sports flash update.
Sports flash.
From the Sports Flash Sports Desk. Back to the dumbass stupid we go. The Tennessee Court of Appeals has issued an order staying the injunction granted to the plaintiff athletes. As with Ohio, these players are now ineligible unless and until the Court of Appeals rules in their favor.
Sports Flash.
What does this all mean? What does all that gobbledygook mean?
Uh-huh.
Well, one of
Sports
the
Flash.
athletes in the Tennessee injunction was
Sports Flash.
former Oakland point
Sports
guard
Flash.
Brody Robinson,
Sports Flash.
who recently had committed and is now enrolled at Creighton. So for the moment, they're now ineligible until something else happens.
I love sports. I like the games.
So going back to the original tweet from reporter Sam Ehrlich, those players are now ineligible unless and until the Court of Appeals rules in their favor. So they need a ruling from the Court of Appeals.
John, delete them off your charts. Time to delete them off your charts.
I have not started my charts yet.
Oh, wow. That's late. This is late for you. You usually do that in summer. I thought you always started them in the summer vacation period.
Horse crap call.
Not yet.
Wow.
Not yet. It'll get there.
Okay.
Coming up, Mitch Holtis training camp report. We're talking about the guy who cheap shotted Emmett Johnson in a practice where they were only supposed to be thudding, and he gave him a clothesline.
I can't believe you're going to be mad at a football player for playing football.
Scumbag, Nick. Scumbag.
Talking former Iowa safety Xavier Nwankpa.
Go Hawks.
Next on 1620 The Zone. I hear commercials.
What a climb now. It's been a good camp. What was your strategy going into camp of thinking, how am I going to make this team?
Really, I'm just grinding every day. Go out there when the opportunity presents itself, just try and implode myself, learn from the people above me, the coaches, the players, and just take every opportunity and try and capitalize it. That's all you can ask for out here.
What's been the biggest challenge for you so far?
I mean, some of the terminology is hard, especially coming from college. I was there for 4 years, so you kind of know the terminology in and out. So just adjusting to that and the speed. Obviously, you got guys like Xavier Ware that are super fast. So just adjusting the tempo of the game a little bit, but I feel like it's calmed down a little bit, so I'm excited to go out there.
You've made play after play after play, though, in camp. It's shown up. Is that instinct, or is that you learning how to play in this league?
I feel like it's a little bit of both. You come in with the instincts you have from college, but then once you get acclimated to what's going on, you see some route combinations before, you just go out there and keep making plays.
The world's best tailgating begins at Hy-Vee, proud grocery sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. You know, Josh, you were mocking my sports flash of all of the things that the NFL is going to do now. If you commit 3 of those fouls, you got to sit out a game. And I think one of those was clotheslining your own teammate in a training camp scrimmage, which means Xavier Wampa's already got a mark against his name. Or maybe he doesn't. I don't know, Mitch. I just read the blurry text.
You can take the kid out of Iowa, Nebraska, but you can't take the Iowa, Nebraska out of the kid.
So much.
So the Hy-Vee Corn Cob game, or what do we call it? The trophy of.
It's the Heroes Trophy.
Heroes Trophy. Hy-Vee Heroes Trophy.
Yes.
But honestly, this guy. Xavier Wampa has done a really, really good job. And you expect some recoil or coming back to earth. And he's not there yet, but man, is he ascended in a hurry. 257 guys were drafted, and this guy wasn't one of them. And yet, right now, if we're playing tonight, he's a 4th safety and in special teams and in the middle of it. So the Iowa fans that are listening, even the Nebraska fans, will have of course, an Emmett Johnson Thursday tomorrow night. But this Wampa kid's been impressive, and there's still guys that can get lost in the cracks and become really good in the NFL. And Wampa might be next on that list.
Mitch, was this expected? You know, you'll have the undrafted free agents that are signed, and some of them are, what is it called, the preferred ones, you know, so they're almost fast-tracked to being on the roster. Was this expected with this player?
He's somewhere in between the preferred and like the regular UDFA guy. There was some thought that he would be drafted. I'm not sure where he was on our board, but it wasn't like he was completely lost. Now, I think there's lessons here to be learned. And Emmett's going to be involved in this discussion too, because Emmett did not transfer in. He didn't start at Minnesota and move in. He was a Twin Cities kid. He was able to grow and grind, and it wasn't always easy for Emmett Johnson, nor was it easy for Xavier Wampa. But he stayed at Iowa for 4 years, and he kept fighting, and he kept digging away, and he ended up being one of the Big Ten's best defensive backs. Are his measurables awesome, like going to blow up the combine? No. Is he super fast? No. Is he fast enough? Yes. And the fact that he grew up in that program with some mental and physical maturity and toughness, and he played 448 special team snaps for the Hawkeyes. That is music to the ears of any coach who's going to have a 4th safety, because they've got to check that box. And Xavier Wampa looks ready-made to be a very good special teams player right out of the gate for the Chiefs.
And literally was going to be my next question, Mitch, is I assume we're talking about a pretty serious special teams role, which is typical for guys who are at the back end of the depth chart, maybe on the back end of the 53. I mean, without those special team reps in college, is there a chance that Wampa might not make the roster?
There is that chance. And if you're going to 4 different places in 4 years, there's one, do they really evaluate properly, or do they just see, hey, we paid this guy some money to do these 3 things? If you're in a program over a long period of time, or what used to be a normal period of time, you morph in and grow into those areas where coaches, oh, I didn't know we had that in him. Let's rep him and see, oh, good, he's good at that. So you hear the term 4 core special teams, which is punt, punt return, kickoff, kick return. And can be on all 4. That's what I'm talking about. He could be a guy, we've seen these guys that have played in the league for 10 years or 12,
and that's what they do. Matthew Slater, Steve Tasker, we could give guys that's how they made their careers. Not saying that Wampa won't be a good scrimmage down player, but right now he's ready-made to help us win the Denver game on special teams. And that's largely due to his time in Iowa and what he learned and what he discovered.
Mitch, I asked you a couple days ago about how many spots are currently up for grabs. I wonder if you can take us behind the scenes of what this looks like in terms of having these conversations and position groups and position coaches. Are they pounding the table for their guys? Like what do those meetings look like as they're debating a very finite number of guys for those final couple of spots?
I just talked to Coach Reed about that today. What I take for granted, and believe me, I've lived on the other side of this. I've been in the league 33 seasons. You have to have a conduit of honest and real conversation horizontally. Now, vertically, there's going to be decision making, obvious as you go up the chain, but you have to listen. And not you say pound on the table, yes. You also have to be a strategic listener, though, and understand the flow that goes back and forth through what this team needs. It is why Andy Reid has won consistently, and why he's won consistently here, sans last year, is the fact that the scouts, I draft you, Josh, and John, I think you're a very good player. Well, you make me look bad if we're going to cut the draftee. None of that happens here. It's just a real conversation, and that's going on right now, hot and heavy. And two things I'll save it for the Friday show because I'm going to Emmett tomorrow, but Friday, ask me about the two-way conduit that is make it hard to cut you. Make it hard to cut you. But there's a two-way meaning to that. And right now that discussion's being held by the coaches and the personnel staff.
Mitch, yesterday, I don't know if you saw the video, but it definitely made its rounds. Jamar Chase at Bengals camp came down awkwardly on his knee. Now, it sounds like he escaped serious injury. I say that to ask, injuries are always a part of camp. And we've talked, about players here and there, Josh Simmons, for example, who have been dealing with some injuries. But when you can compare this point in Chiefs training camp to previous seasons, it feels like, or at least it seems like to me, the Chiefs have gotten through this as good as you can almost expect. I'm curious if that's your read on this.
I'm not going to go that far. Josh Simmons missed again today.
Okay.
He's a talented left tackle, and he's missed now, 6 practices with the back issue. Drew Tranquill is going to be a starting linebacker. He's going to morph back into things. Getting Trey Smith back is fine. But when I read 14 guys on the injury report in preseason game number 2, I'm like, oof. Now, Ken Walker's on that list now with a foot problem. I don't get it that it's serious. But honestly, it's time in the next 7 to 10 days to start getting some guys back and not have, what are you going to do at left tackle? What are you going to do at linebacker? It's getting too late on the calendar to have a whole lot of those, what are you going to do?
Mitch, what do we have coming up tomorrow? It's
Emmett
Thursday.
Thursday.
Yeah.
It's Emmett Johnson Thursday. People they shop at Hy-Vee now right after they're going to go. I'm going to go to Hy-Vee right after Emmett Johnson Thursday and have the time of my life. And so throughout Omaha and Council Bluffs and every Hy-Vee, they know it's EJT, baby, Emmett Johnson Thursday. You guys go home tonight on your drive home. Look, there's stickers now. The 26.2, the marathon person always puts that up, right? Or the 13.1 or the half marathon. Now it's EJT in the white oval. You know what it means.
Now, Mitch, I know you got pull with the people at Hy-Vee. But, around here, my wife very closely monitors the fuel point situation. And when the Huskers score a lot, they get a lot of bonus fuel points.
Nice.
We need a fuel points promotion around Emmett Johnson this season to encourage him to rush for more yards this year. I'm just put that bug in their ear and let's see if we can get some fuel points benefits for an Emmett Johnson, 100-yard game, or maybe if he scores a touchdown or something.
Hang on, I'm texting as we speak. Emmett Johnson yardage fuel saver discount. All right, we'll see how this goes.
Love it.
Right now he's got our only preseason touchdown. I had one called off the board, so let's go with preseason touchdown. Emmett Johnson. Yeah, there's a lot here. You ask, I give it.
All right.
EJT tomorrow, boys. Set your
Sounds
clock.
good.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
Mitch.
Right,
That's Mitch Holt is brought to you by Hy-Vee, your official tailgate headquarters for Kansas City Chiefs football.
Nice.
Mustache Adam said, "Make me what?" Nick, I think we had a drop in there.
Yeah, somebody said, Ryan and Delaware, cut that drop out. Mitch said, make me. I think I want Nick to find this on his own. This could be, Nick, you mentioned 6 to midnight earlier. It's kind of along those lines. Very exciting.
How far into it did he say it? I was working.
It was about
on some
halfway
emails.
through.
Yeah, the text came in at 4:28. So
Yeah, it
at
was
least
about halfway through.
4 minutes ago, somewhere in there, Nick. Somewhere in there.
I'll look.
All right, Nick's going to be on the search for it. Hey, speaking of John making me something.
Coming up next.
Oh, it's the return of the greatest segment in sports talk radio in Omaha.
A slice of college baseball?
Hell no!
Yes, a slice of college
Get that crap out of here! It's fired up for football, Nick. We are so back. We have never been more back than we are right now. Well, Saturday will be even more back, but we are so back on Wednesday.
So back with Hawaii and
Stanford, Nick. Don't you dare forget. We'll give John, I didn't even send you my grade yet. Forgot to send you my
I already
grade.
know what it is because you're a pathetic loser.
No.
You're a moron. You're an idiot. So one of us will continue to grade
Here we go.
honestly
You don't
and
even like the
earnestly.
sport.
The other one, he's just gonna, it's an A, it's football.
Hey, spoiler alert. You don't know that.
I'm intimidated by the big P.
That's me right now.
More like the big CFB, Nick.
We'll be back. 1620 The Zone.
Hello. I am your soon-to-be erstwhile voiceover guy. You see, I'm retiring this year, so this is the last time you'll ever hear me read a Fired Up for Football open. I hope you enjoy this because I'm leaving, and I'm never coming back. I'm serious. Gone. Bye-bye. Adios. See ya. Football season is upon us, or depending on when this airs, has been upon us for a little while. Maybe quite some time. Heck, maybe it's almost over and we can finally get back to some college wrestling. Yes,
Oh my
the
gosh.
headlocks, the leg locks, sweaty men in tights rolling around on a mat. That is sports, my friends. Seriously, why do you care that this is football season? Your favorite team will disappoint you. Even Chiefs fans got a taste of it. Heck, we're all just counting down to the moment Patrick Mahomes' legs explode again and shrapnel takes out Andy Reid and Mr. Taylor Swift himself. And the Huskers? Don't get me started. Now, aren't you glad I'm leaving? Or maybe I've already left and this is the last memory of me. The pleasure was all yours, suckers. And now, let's get fired up for football 2026.
I don't want to think
Or
about
maybe
those
it's 2027. Who cares?
Oh, I don't want to think about those sweaty men rolling around in their dumbass singlets, John.
Headlocks,
you
though, Josh.
absolute monster.
There we go. It's fired up for football back for another season.
God, it's so good to have it back, John.
If you think about it, Josh, is there a difference between football and wrestling? It's all big, sweaty men slamming into each other.
It's, I mean, yeah, I guess that's true, Nick. But yeah, I can think of a few differences. One,
The
sport's
wrestlers
good.
don't get paid as much.
One sport's good. The other sport sucks. The wrestling, Nick, is the one that sucks. All right, let's get fired up, shall we?
It is college week 0.
Oh, you see how he
Get
spelled
it?
weak?
John makes funny jokes all the time. Ha! He's so funny with his crappy ass nicknames.
He spelled it weak with
Oh,
W-E-A-K.
man, he's so funny. John, you're so funny.
This is it. This is the entire slate
Hell
right here in
yeah, it
front of
is.
you.
Look at
The
that.
whole thing.
A ranked team.
This is all you get.
Awesome. Let's go through the whole slate, John, because we can.
Because literally we can.
Well, you
because
forgot the
there's just-
FCS games. What about Thursday, John? Maine at Towson.
We don't do FCS games on
Concord
Fired
at
Up for
Davidson.
Football.
Well, we're going to talk about Nebraska's game in a few weeks, and that's an FCS game.
Well, it's technically an FBS game, but North Carolina and TCU kick off the season in Ireland. Don't forget tomorrow we will have a special guest preview.
No, not tomorrow,
Or
John.
Friday.
Yep, tomorrow.
See, I
Remember,
still think
it's
it's
still
Thursday.
Wednesday. It is
It's
still
not
Wednesday,
Thursday, John.
Yeah, you're not allowed to say it. You're not allowed to say it. Look at this. USC. a Big
NBC
Ten team.
apparently didn't have any
NBC.
infomercials to run at 2:00 on Saturday.
Let's go.
So we get San Jose State at USC. There's your ranked team.
Awesome.
More like no way, Jose State.
Nice, Nick. Good joke.
If this were college basketball, we'd all be excited for NC State at Virginia at 2:30.
But
on
it's
ESPN.
not. It's college football, so we are all very excited. This game was supposed to be in Brazil, John, and said it's going to be in America. America. Back-to-back World War II champs, America.
At
All right, Nick.
4:30, CBS Sports Network gets
2 out of
the
3 right now.
FBS premiere of North Dakota State as they host Jacksonville State.
Awesome.
Will they have a different glow about them as they take the field as an FBS team? Probably not. If you have ESPN Plus, you
Oh,
can watch
awesome.
Sac State at Eastern Michigan.
Oh, get out the sack, Nick.
At 6:00, the ACC Network brings you the thrilling excitement of Hawaii and Stanford.
Do you remember that game last year, John? That was on CBS. My, how the mighty have fallen. It's now on ACC Network.
CBS must have reruns of Alice they would
What
rather
are
run
they
instead.
airing? I watched that game last year. 23 to
6
20. It was a
o'clock
good
on
game.
the CW.
Oh, let's go.
New Mexico State at Florida State, and Wow.
This game rules, John.
Seriously. I mean, Married with Children, you couldn't run it's Saturday night. You couldn't run Cops, Fox.
Whoa, it's
Instead,
Saturday night.
You get Memphis at UNLV.
That's a good game, John. That's a nice game.
What do you mean it's not a good game? They don't have Anthony
No, it is a good game.
anymore.
They have Dan Mullen. Dan Mullen's a great quarterback whisperer.
Have you?
Couple of teams maybe vying for a playoff spot?
Have you been checking out the UNLV message boards to see how they're feeling without Mr. Collender?
Nick, I can't say that I have.
They're excited that they're not going to have as many turnovers, apparently.
Got him.
Wow.
Oh, and we needed to
preseason football.
We needed to
have
fill
to
out.
include this.
We needed to fill out the segment.
Good job by you, John. I'm
Ugh.
so proud of you. This is awesome. Look at
3
that.
games on Thursday, 4 games on Friday,
Now, John,
2
how
games
can,
on Saturday.
how can there be a game on 3 News Now and on CBS at the same time? That's the same channel.
Well, okay, it's the same local channel, yes, but the CBS broadcast network will have Bengals and Eagles, while Channel 3 will have the Seahawks and Chiefs. The Bengals-Eagles game, I believe, is being relegated to NBC's sub-channel, so whatever one that is.
Will
So
you
check-
get that in your fair city of Lincoln, Nebraska?
No, not Channel 3 sub.
No, I'm talking about the Bengals-Eagles game.
I don't know.
Go
I don't-
Bengals.
I don't know who runs the. Oh no, Chiefs. I think run on. I don't know what channel the Chiefs run on here.
I have no idea.
I saw the game. Maybe
I'm
it was
from
Channel
Omaha.
8. Might have been Channel 8. So it
Okay.
might be on Channel 10.
Awesome.
But NFL Network's got a whole bunch of games, including 2 on Saturday. So there you go. Fired up for football.
Hell yeah, baby! I was actually going to give this, in all seriousness, John, a B+.
Bull crap.
No, I swear to God, I forgot to email. When I laid my head on my pillow last night, I was like, oh, I got to remember to send John an email tomorrow with my grade. B+ is what I had decided.
Why
The
aren't
real
you
grade
grading
is
the
C-.
Why aren't you grading the preseason games?
I don't know. John didn't ask me. I would have given the NFL. I'm not going to watch much preseason. This is like the dregs.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to watch Nebraska volleyball tomorrow night, so I won't even really be watching preseason.
And that game doesn't even count.
Well, it does for money, though, John. The players can win copious amounts of dollars.
Well, cool. I can watch The Price is Right and watch people play for cash and prizes.
I know, but wouldn't you rather watch sports?
I'd rather watch the yodeler game where the little guy goes up.
This rocks. Football's back. God, this is so good. God, it makes me so happy. We're gonna cherish this season, friends. It's not gonna go by very fast. Every day will be as slow as any day has ever been. It's
Well,
going to be
it
like
is-
COVID all over again, Nick, but only in the way that time passes. Only in the way that time
It
passes.
is going to be the longest college football season in history.
God, say that again, John. Whisper it to me, John.
149 days.
Oh.
That's because, again, we're not playing the national championship until January the 25th.
That makes next offseason shorter. I stand with the college football Illuminati.
Come on.
Good
that's
job,
stupid.
college. Good job, football.
We do not need it ending on January.
The
25th.
NFL's ending on Valentine's
One of these
Day.
days, Josh,
What, Nick?
CFB and NFL might end up commingling in a type of way where you're going to have to pick one over the other.
I mean, they do. They play playoff games and Saturday NFL games.
Yeah, but what if the championship and the Super Bowl are like at the same time?
That will never happen.
That would actually be hilarious.
No,
What are you going to do then, huh?
That will never happen. That will never happen. I mean, I'd watch both.
What if
one
the
on
Cowboys
TV.
are in the Super Bowl in Michigan?
football, they would do that.
They would.
John,
I mean,
believe in
they
weird
are-
stuff happening all the time.
They are
Just
pretty
because
dumb,
players
Josh.
are playing now, then I figure, oh, they're going to grow on trees too. You couldn't have expected it.
Guy, you don't have to be an idiot about everything, John. Just because you hate the sport, you don't have to be a moron. They're not going to ever go up against
I
the
did
Super
not
Bowl.
say. I didn't. First of all, I didn't say any of those weird
What if
things
college
you
football
said.
was the halftime show?
It won't happen, John.
Actually, you know what?
You're just
That-
arguing with yourself. You're just trying to get mad.
No, I'm not arguing with anyone.
I just want to be mad about everything.
I'm just pointing out the reality of the situation. The people that run college football are dumb enough that they would probably try to shoehorn a championship game at halftime of the Super Bowl.
Well,
These are not wise people.
I'm excited. This is such great news. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, John. Thank you, Ed, as he retires. When's he leaving us again? Is it the end of the year or is it before the end of the
I
year?
don't know. I feel like every time I ask him, it shifts.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like a moving target?
Yeah.
It's in December.
Okay. Ray writes, I would much rather watch The Price is Right than volleyball. Wow, Ray.
Well, this isn't a
Well,
price is right state.
now here's an idea. I mean, because in all seriousness, Nebraska's playing this, and it's just for money. None these matches
Correct.
tomorrow
This is
do not
exhibition.
count.
This is
They
exhibition.
do not count.
Yeah.
Would you rather watch that, or would you rather watch Harper Murray play for exciting cash and prizes by bidding on the Showcase Showdown?
Here, we're in a trust tree, right? Nobody's listening right now. Price is Right. Don't care. Overrated.
It's not Thursday.
I know it's not Thursday. I don't understand the love of that show. The prizes are like caught in 1960 still. Oh, you can get $2. Congrats.
You can get a blender.
Yeah, I don't want a blender. I think Price is Right sucks.
Apparently
I think
you
the show
haven't
sucks.
watched. Apparently
Terrible
you haven't
show.
watched the
Terrible
show since
Terrible
then.
show. Let's just
because
spin a big giant thing. Terrible show. Couldn't never watch it. Everyone's like, oh, I love being sick. I watch Price is Right. I watched NFL films like a normal kid. Look what it got me. I'm here.
I watched Mr. Rogers.
Cool.
Well, I love
man,
my neighbor.
that CTE diagnosis is going to hit really hard on you,
John. I wasn't
someday.
good enough to get hit on a football field. I was usually on the bench.
No, but I think
Got him.
I think you've sniffed enough of football's farts
Secondhand
over the years
CTE.
that you have secondhand CTE.
It's just nice. You always, when baseball returns, you and Ed wears a jersey to work. Everyone gets so excited. And this is my opening day, and you try to
Okay, but
poo-poo
this is a week opening day. The real opening day is next week.
Yeah,
That's
next
when
week,
I get excited.
Guess what? Next week you're gonna poo-poo that.
Well, these games aren't very good, and I'd rather be washing my car for 14
Well, it's because
hours.
everybody schedules bad games to start the season.
I have no fear,
Yeah,
Nick.
That is true. They do that. All right, coming up,
Do.
dumb debates, which will include
a
1620 the voicemail from the boys in the morning.
Also, we got one.
Can't wait to hear this.
Me too. We got one from Pedro.
Hi, guys.
That involves flies and mosquitoes. And I am very curious to see what our answers are.
Find out next. It's Dumb Debates on 1620 The Zone.
to be nice.
Listen, listen, not to we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Melee to base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
It is Dumb Debates Day, where we allow you to take the grum over by telling us and asking us questions that you would like to have answered. Debates that you have had around the kitchen table, debates you've had around the office, debates you've had while drinking or doing illicit substances.
Hell yeah.
Any kind of debates. That, in fact, the ones that are usually infused by illicit substances are the best ones. Not saying you should do that, but I'm just saying if you had those debates and you're not doped out of your mind to remember them, please send them along to us, because then we will take them to the airwaves. And you can do so by sending it to us in the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. We're wearing our Liquid Trucking shirts today. Look at that. Liquid Trucking.
Yeah, we are. The cool
Zone
ones are,
Twitter
at least.
Feed. At USC 1620, please use the hashtag Dumb Debates, or you can send them to us into the Equitable Bank Zone inbox, John or Josh at 1620thezone.com. I want to start with one that Dave sent us today. Actually, it was yesterday.
Okay.
But with Dolly Parton passing away, he asks, is Dolly Parton on the Mount Rushmore of greatest Americans of the last 100 years? Who else is on that list? This is a tough one.
Is she on the Mount Rushmore?
I think so.
I don't know. I mean,
I don't really have a whole lot of takes about Dolly Parton. I'll be honest.
So, I mean, it's not. She's like universally beloved. She was universally beloved, though, by everybody, like not you specifically.
I saw
guess,
somewhere
but...
where her initiative to get more people reading, like raise like 300 million books or something like that.
She has like this library thing that she did.
Give her a thumbs up for that one then.
Dollywood is a thing people like to go to. She was a very, very progressive person, even like back in the day when progressiveness wasn't as prevalent.
John, I got an obvious person that I think belongs in the conversation, because I saw this tweet from Dave to you, and there was one person that immediately came to mind.
Well, I mean, now is this the same person I'm thinking of? Because I'm guessing there's 3 spots already taken. There's Donald Trump as a child, Donald Trump middle age, and Donald Trump modern.
I was wondering how long into the conversation before Trump would be mentioned. But speaking of presidents, I was going to say FDR.
Well, okay, on that front,
because he did a lot of things in the last 100 years, right? Now, it was in the early part of 100 years ago.
I was thinking in that same era, but I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think outside the political box, because as we know, people get all worked up about politics. But we need someone to represent World War II, right? That era.
We came out of the Great Depression, and he did. I mean, he handled it about as well as you possibly could. All sorts of initiatives, that helped kickstart, everything that would happen. The big, the baby boom, if you will.
Well, I mean, the war did that, but I'm wondering if maybe Eisenhower.
How come?
Well, I mean, he was the lead general.
He was
in the war. Because I feel like you need to have someone represent winning World War II.
He liked the USS Iowa, which is a great battleship. He called it the Big Stick.
You don't think FDR represents that?
I think, and again, I'm trying to pull politics out of this.
But you went with Eisenhower.
Well, he was a president. This is more for his generalship, being the general. But I'm trying to figure out who that would be. I had Jackie Robinson.
Yes, excellent choice. I think that's a pretty good one, not only for what he did, but also for how he acted. Sadly, like him, he had to be a very certain way for a lot of white people to be able to, I don't know,
stomach him.
Yes,
yeah.
Nick.
If we were, I mean, because I don't know how you guys are thinking about this, but I feel like yes, the person has to be significant, but then they also need to like represent things that have happened in the last 100 years.
I don't know. Dave said Mr. Rogers is a great one, and I'm kind of inclined to agree with that.
Mr.
Who hated
Rogers.
Mr. Rogers. Who?
I mean, somebody probably. See, and then Sicilian brings up MLK. Bayman brings up Muhammad Ali. Like those
somebody famously hated MLK.
Well, yes, and many people famously hated Muhammad Ali. Like what's so interesting about either of those choices? I mean, first of all, Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated, so obviously, to go back to what Nick said.
Yeah.
But in the moment, I think about that all the time. In the moment, so often, people we valorize now and we think of as heroes were viewed as malcontents, for lack of a better word. And a lot of that, of course, was racism. And that's always interesting to me. How many people of today will we view, or will people in the future say, how on earth did people disagree? Like even FDR, John, to go back to my pick, that was someone who there were people fighting him all the time. Because it's not like back in the 30s that people didn't argue on both sides of the aisle. It's just there wasn't Twitter.
Cracky says Walt Disney. Definitely not.
Yeah, I wouldn't put Walt Disney.
I would leave him out.
Wouldn't put.
I would leave him out.
Who would? Neil Armstrong, says Aaron and Papillion.
What about Betty White?
See, again, I don't really have any thoughts on Betty White.
I mean, she was an actress.
Well, I mean, Dolly Parton was a singer. To go back to the original.
I know,
question.
but we mentioned some of the philanthropic things that
I feel like Neil Armstrong's a good one for what he represented. I recently rewatched John Apollo 13, and I forgot that early on in that movie you see the moon landing. That is a large, because all the people watching.
Who else would be well qualified to represent women? I mean, obviously Dolly was at the question, but who comes to mind?
Yeah, because suffrage was before this.
Yeah, because we're going to take the question literally.
Yeah, so we're going to go back to
1926.
1926.
I mean, I'm sure there's ones there. I'm just I'm. That's why I said when I saw this question, this is a hard question.
I didn't read that.
Are you laughing at what Chief said?
Yeah, no, no, I'm laughing at the next one. I'm not going to read that though. What about Rosa Parks?
So,
well, I mean, if you want to like, if she could kind of cover two bases, right? She could be a female representative plus the
civil rights movement. Yeah, Nick, are you about to actually?
A little bit.
Actually,
Rosa Parks, important figure, but did you know that Rosa Parks was not the first black woman to refuse her seat?
Yes, I did know that, but
it's interesting that we never talk about Colette Colvin, though.
No, I don't. I mean, to be fair, Nick, you had to turn and read her name off of the computer, so I think that kind of proves the point that it would be Rosa Parks. Because you're right. Like, that's not to say that somebody else deserves more credit, for what happened.
Yeah, it's a different conversation.
You know what they talk. History is written by the victors.
Jordan says Princess Diana again, famously.
Not of America.
Yeah, because somebody else has said Mother Teresa. We're just trying to go
100
with
greatest Americans.
Ooh, Bob Ross says Kyle. That's
Bob
a good
Ross.
pick.
You know what? That would be a pick. I think most people, would be okay with.
John says Amelia Earhart. That would fit in. That would fit in, because John, I'm looking at her Wikipedia page. In 1928, she was the first female passenger to cross the Atlantic.
She makes the cutoff. Marilyn Monroe. Sure. Why not?
Nice.
This is a tough one.
It is.
It really is. But
multiple people have said Eleanor Roosevelt.
I saw somebody say Alex Trebek. He was Canadian, though.
He was Canadian.
Michael Severe. This is a mean one, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Take Nebraska off the table. You have to pick one team to cheer for the rest of your life. And he gives us 4 options, John. 4. Iowa.
Go Hawks.
Colorado. So for Nick, you have to take Iowa out in Nebraska and
Oh, boo.
Yep.
That's
Iowa.
not what Michael said.
I was
No,
out.
but for you, that's what you have to do. Iowa, Colorado, Texas, Miami.
I'll do Miami. Why not?
That was my pick. Actually, it's kind of easy. I don't hate Miami. I kind of like them. I like that they're bad boys. I like that they piss people off.
I like their colors.
Yeah, reminds me of myself.
They have a pissed off heron as their mascot.
Miami. I like throwing up the U. That's fun. Colorado sucks ass. No thank you on Iowa. Texas is annoying. I already root for a team in Texas, and I'm miserable most of the time. I don't want to root for Texas as well.
Texas is boring, both the team and the state, just in general. I can't think of a single thing from Texas I like.
That's who John's picking, isn't it? Are you picking Iowa, you turd?
I'm picking Iowa.
You are such a turd.
Hell yeah, you are, John.
You are such
I've already got one of their hats. Now I don't have to buy anything.
That's true. You
The
do
purple
have,
I still
Iowa
have that
hat.
off-colored Iowa hat that I got 40 years ago
love that
from
hat.
Adventureland.
Most responses are saying Miami is the pick. People don't hate Miami
No,
like
I
they
can't.
used to.
Nope, can't do it.
John had stuff thrown at him though back
Can't
in the
do
day.
it.
So yeah, he's not gonna
Can't
pick that.
do it. Can't root for them South Floridians.
Yeah,
Hell
Max says
no.
now between Iowa, Colorado, and Texas, I have no clue. That's tough. Yeah, if it was between those 3, I don't know. I mean, I might be Texas. That's pretty miserable though. Colorado seems like, honestly, of all the options, the last one for me though. No, thank you. Because I don't think you're going to get anything enjoyable out of that experience.
No, you're not, because as
Iowa-
soon as Dion flames out,
Yeah.
that's all. It's all she wrote.
Iowa wins some games sometimes. Texas wins games. Miami wins games. Colorado, I feel like their future is dire. It's going to be quite dire.
Again, this is not a great question. Well, it's a great question,
That's
but
why
it's
it's a
not a
great
great
question.
option.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's probably all right. So should we play the voicemail?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Should we check 1620 the voicemail?
I'd
and
love to
see
hear
what
it.
the boys in the morning had to ask
Mm-hmm.
for dumb debates.
Hey guys, it's Mike Schaefer here from Happer and Schaefer, and well, we have a bit of a question that we think can really only be solved in dumb debates, and even then, it might threaten to tear apart this building, maybe parts of Omaha, maybe the whole state. Now, John, Josh, what do you call an individual who drives a vehicle throughout a neighborhood that sells frozen treats? What is the name of this individual? There seems to be a very specific name for Omaha people, while the rest of us think of it as the ice cream man. What say you?
So now I know what they're going for because I did listen to the show this morning.
I did see this. The obvious answer is it's the frozen treats person.
Yes,
that's
that's
what we
true.
call.
Good
we
job,
call him
John.
the frozen treats person.
That's true. Now, when
No, it's the ice cream man. Come on.
Yeah,
Absolutely, it's the ice cream
when I
man.
moved to Omaha, I called them ice cream men or ice cream persons, ice cream people. But then I very
Or
quickly
Stibbs. He has a real name. His
There
name
he
is
is.
Stibbs.
It's Mike Stibbs. But then, John, I did very quickly learn the ways of the ding ding man.
This has never been a thing. I don't
Ding.
know where
Yeah.
these people are getting this from. I
It
have
has been a
never
thing.
heard of this
You're not
in my
from
life.
Omaha.
I have lived in the Omaha sphere of influence my entire life. I grew up in Fremont. We got Omaha media all the time.
No, we
I
don't
have
wanna move
never
there.
until today heard anyone refer to the ice cream man as the ding ding man. I think the people who are saying ding ding man also have secondhand CT.
No,
I have lived in the Omaha area. I know Schaefer didn't ask me to ask or answer this question.
That's true. You're not allowed to, Nick.
But I've lived in Omaha, the area, for 10 years.
Yeah.
I didn't know anybody called it the ding ding man until this morning. Here's my argument for this. What do you get from the ice cream man?
Ding
Ice
ding.
cream. You don't get ding dings from the ding ding man.
When you get ding dings, that's when
That's
the ding
assault,
ding man
brother.
goes
Exactly.
to jail.
If you so after a game or a show or something, and you got those guys serving the hot dogs on their flat iron, their
Yeah.
flat tops.
Yeah.
Do you call them the smell man? Give me the good smells man. The
I don't know
pepper
why
man?
it triggers you that a
It's the
noise
hot
would go
dog
ding
man.
ding, and so people would call it the
Because
ding
you
ding.
get ice cream from the ice cream man. What if there was another vehicle that went ding ding, but they didn't
But
serve
they
ice
didn't.
cream? Would
They
you
didn't.
still call it the ding ding man?
But that didn't happen. You're like John.
Because he
You're
ding-dings.
creating a pretend argument that doesn't exist.
The ding ding man is.
I'm not
pretend.
creating a
What if
pretend.
there was
what do you mean?
another thing that didn't happen that would never happen? But would that make you mad? Would you call it the ding ding man then? No. Severe says, my wife always said everyone called it the Ding Ding Man, and she grew up in South Omaha. Yeah, I grew up in North Omaha.
That is ridiculous. I've never heard this in my life.
That doesn't matter. You're not from Omaha, John.
But again, I grew up in the Omaha sphere of influence. So you would think we would hear of these things. Okay. Yeah. First of all, you're a geographical moron. You're an idiot. You know nothing. Yeah, that's right. I am triggered because I'm working with an idiot, an absolute imbecile. By the way, we got an Insta poll, and Ice Cream Man is running away with it right now.
Oh, congratulations.
Running away with it because it's an Ice Cream Man. No one's ever called it the Ding Ding Man.
Many
In
people
fact,
have.
when I first heard the word Ding Ding Man, I thought, oh no, the Ice Cream Man got arrested because he was using his ding ding.
There was a question or a comment from, well, you had a lot of text when this came up, by the way. Yeah. Chris in Montana says, when I was younger, we called him the Ding Dong Man. Okay, now that person probably was an actual pedophile.
Yes,
That's not good.
Definitely is on telephone poles around schools.
I hope they're
everywhere.
in jail today and that you never have to deal with them again. Never have to deal with them again.
I swear to God, I've never heard Ding Ding Man before, ever.
Yep. Padilla was the Ding Ding Man in my neighborhood growing up. El Scorcho, definitely the Ding Ding Man. Omaha Hive, stand up. Dan says the Ding Ding Man.
So you know what? This is why Omaha
Jed.
probably.
I'm very close
we
to the
need
same
to give
age as John.
We need to give Omaha to Iowa now.
No.
Omaha, you're now part of Iowa.
Because Iowa doesn't even call it the Ding Ding Man.
You're
We
not
call it the Ice Cream Man because that's what he is.
Because you're not in Omaha.
He's a man who gives you ice cream.
John, would you look at what is
woman.
taken over in the voting on the
Yes,
Insta
because
poll?
Omaha,
The
you're
Ding
stupid.
Ding Man.
Omaha, you are dumb.
So,
this is
Ding
why I
Hive,
still live
stand
in
up.
Lincoln, because we're smart here. We're not morons who call it the Ding Ding Man.
What?
First of all, they don't even ding anymore. Now they just go through neighborhoods playing weird, creepy music that sound like they come from the movie It.
I don't know why you guys are getting triggered by this. This is like if I went over to John's house and he was like, I'm hanging out with Mimi. And it's like, whoa, why do you call her Mimi?
So
a kid hears the noise and what do they think, Nick?
Ice
ding,
Cream Man.
Ding. No, they think ding, ding.
I can't speak for John, but I can tell you why it triggers me so much. This is deeply upsetting to me because
you love being triggered by things.
No, I just found out that this was a thing this morning. Not only did I find out it was a thing, I found out it's a thing that everybody around me has always called it that.
Yeah.
And I had no idea. I've been living amongst you people this whole
What do
time.
you mean, you people?
And I had no idea you called it the Ding Ding Man.
So
It's
why
like-
does that make you triggered?
It's like I stepped into an alternate universe.
Not
It feels
the
like
N-word,
a bit.
Nick.
It feels like a bit.
You didn't
like
stumble
all of
upon
you,
all these slurs.
It feels like all you people from Omaha are doing this on purpose, just as some weird group bit.
Oh, excellent text that I just got from Severe. Creighton is Omaha's team, and John thinks Omaha sucks. Yeah, John, sorry. Connor Happer, the new voice of the Blue
you've
Jays.
got the worst case of CTE of any person that I know. So you have no room to talk. Hell, down in Gumbo country, you probably called him the man or whatever.
I need to find out who is in charge of doing game day activities inside of that building, and we need to read where Connor Happer mentions the Ding Ding Man on Jay's Live this basketball season. We absolutely need that to be the case. I don't remember the last time we got this many texts about something. This is pretty crazy.
Every call I got said it was a ding ding thing. Which
How did this subject even come up?
I don't know. I missed the first segment about it. I just heard the fallout
I
of it in
believe if
future
you want to
segments.
watch the full video, Joey posted it on
Excellent.
1620 The Zone's YouTube. Like, comment, subscribe.
Awesome.
By the way, this is a true story. So the last few times the Ice Cream Man
Ding
has
Ding
come
Man.
through the neighborhood, they don't even play a bell anymore. They play creepy music.
Yeah, I heard you mention Pennywise the Clown a little bit earlier.
It feels like like I'm expecting Pennywise to come out of the gutter as the Ice Cream Man is approaching.
Now, Aaron, my friend, who I love calling a moron when he's a moron on the text line, says Josh needs to start calling it Duck, Duck, Gray Duck like Minnesota. See, but I'm not from Minnesota. If they want to call it that, who am I to stop them? It is their own colloquialism. Colloquialism.
That's easy for you to say.
Yeah, exactly.
What?
Just like I call it the Ding Ding Man. But if you call it the Ice Cream Man, you know what I say, Nick? Awesome. Have at it. It's not Thursday, but I don't care.
It's the ridiculousness of it. Because if I say
Again-
Ice Cream Man, it makes sense. You're like, of course it's the Ice Cream Man. But if you say Ding Ding Man, do you have any idea how silly that sounds?
Well, I mean, again, Nick,
Ice Cream Man
children
isn't silly.
name grandma and grandpa Pappy and, Slappy. I'm not going to be mad about that. It's a child. A child
And
says
you're
funny.
a grown ass man still calling it the ding ding
For the
man.
Not
record,
anymore.
I mean, I haven't seen one of those in quite some time. For the record,
They're in our neighborhood all the time.
yeah, I don't
There,
mind.
there was actually one time I saw the ice cream man that goes around our neighborhood. He was at that adult place on 72nd. It was really funny.
Shafe, you started a war.
Shafe did start a war. What I want to know, what I'm curious about, is this seems like a pretty regional thing.
Yeah, of
and
course.
I want to know who
Regional.
started this.
It's only one city in America.
That's
that does
still a
this.
region, John. So one of the callers we got, he said he grew up in Omaha in the 50s, and they were even calling it the Ding Ding Man in the 50s. And then he explained because they had a bell and it went ding ding.
Correct.
I get why you call it the Ding Ding Man. I just
And yet
think
you're
it's
still
dumb.
triggered.
But I want to know where that started. Like, it had to have been some kind of weird 50s marketing thing to call it the Ding Ding Man.
I mean, this was OG, Nick. This was just
Then
somebody
how
saying.
come nobody else in the country calls it the Ding Ding Man?
I don't know, Nick. Why are you all morons?
I'm
I have
just
no idea.
confused.
I have no
I just
idea.
want to know why it's the Ding Ding Man only in Omaha.
Again, so many texts coming in.
Oh,
Let me ask the one from Pedro. This is hilarious.
Go ahead.
Hi, guys. Dumb debate question. You have a chance to exterminate either flies or mosquitoes, but the one you do not exterminate, there will be 50% more of them flying around. Which do you exterminate?
I'm taking mosquitoes. My skin has weird reactions to mosquito bites. It's not quite an allergic reaction, but it gets all puffy and super itchy forever.
Do you ever do the thing where you put a cross in it?
Doesn't help.
Really?
It just makes it more itchy.
For the record, I'm with you. Get rid of mosquitoes. Flies are annoying, but mosquitoes are more annoying. So, team, goodbye, mosquitoes.
I choose to get rid of the ding ding.
No, you never can, John. You never can. You never can.
From Husker Dave.
What up, Dave? Hello, Dave.
Which last voyage would have been better?
Oh, excellent question.
The Hindenburg or the Titanic?
I feel like this is an easy one.
Titanic had a lot of rich, probably influential people on it that would have changed the entire course of history.
No, he said the question was not which do you wish survived. It was which would be worse to be on.
Oh, I okay.
Yeah. The ship sinking is way worse. Hindenburg, you're out like this. You might freeze to death in the water and drown. No thank you.
Yeah, you might burn to death on the Hindenburg, though.
But it's going to be fast because it's going down. I'd rather explode in a pit of fire.
I hate this idea because now
But
the
wasn't the Hindenburg
survivors
fast though. It was like
yeah, but the survivors of the Hindenburg, most of them jumped as they reached the ground.
Ouch. And so they probably died, right? Oh, the survivors, you said though.
Yeah. And obviously there were survivors. It depends. Are you with a selfish
a woman who you drew naked?
trollop?
Does she get
like Rose, who had plenty of room on that
Plenty
door
of
and
room.
didn't let you on
Plenty
for
of
some
room.
reason?
It's interesting that they never made a romantic movie like the Titanic, but
About
with
the Hindenburg?
Yeah.
Maybe we should do this.
Mm.
This could be our production company.
All right, we need to. I
make
think
the
we need to
Hindenburg
do.
sexy.
I think we need to do the math here
On
the percentage of survivors.
how many?
Like which one was easier? Okay, so there were 97 people on board the Hindenburg. 35 died.
Wow, that's a pretty good rate. Because I believe the Titanic was only a third of the people survived. And it was like Nick said, it was all the rich folks.
How many people were on the Hindenburg?
Well, now, okay. Keep in
97?
mind, of the
62 lived.
2,200 passengers, 1,500 died. So yes,
So that's a 36% survival rate on the Hindenburg.
No.
No?
No. The Hindenburg survival rate was about 60%.
Yeah, 62 out of 97 people survived.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was 30 something.
No. Yeah. And meanwhile, the Titanic, what was that, John? A third, 33%?
Yeah, basically a third of the people on the Titanic survived.
Unless I could go out falling down and hitting a propeller. Bonk. I'm good with that, John, if that's the way I go out.
By the way, I'm all for this. Chief writes, Hindenburg love story movie sounds like an Always Sunny episode.
The gang dies on the Hindenburg.
Yeah.
I'm down with that.
How come we haven't done a movie about the Hindenburg? How come we don't have some phony love story concocted on the Hindenburg?
Come on, Nick.
I think we need more airship-based media. The closest thing we have is Indiana Jones.
Airship-based media?
Yeah.
What about Top Gun?
It's not an airship. That's an airplane.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Like
do we still
blimps.
do airships? Seems like those are kind of not in anymore.
Well, I mean,
Goodyear.
Yeah,
That's
but like
about
not
it.
for like travel. Like people don't travel
No, I
on
know.
those anymore, right?
I wish we would have stayed on the airship route.
It's pretty cool. Baymon writes, the zoo desperately needs your help. You've agreed to foster animals for 1 month. The zoo will provide and install a safe, appropriate enclosure and climate control, which has to be within the confines of your property, but that's it. You have to care for the animals, clean up after them, and pay for all of their food. Which group are you taking? 2 tigers, 200 penguins, 20 chimpanzees, 4 rhinoceroses, or 30 kangaroos. He says, while the penguins seem like an easy choice, keep in mind you'll have to acquire 6 tons of fish to feed them for a month. Holy moly. I don't want to do any of those things. Whatever has the least amount of food.
Agreed.
I don't know what the answer is to that question.
Probably tiger, yeah.
You think so? I bet they need a lot because they have so much energy to burn.
Yeah, but I think they just need amount, but I don't think they need quantity, you know?
Okay.
Like they could probably survive on one.
Woods has to take. I wonder what Woods
cow.
wants you to have, John. What kind of
Woods,
animals?
Woods wants just whatever food is available. It doesn't matter.
Nice.
Just give him food, all of the food. I need to go back, though. We need to go back to the previous question.
Okay.
Because as Matthew points out, the Hindenburg was a Nazi airship.
Yeah, 1937. It'd be hard for it not to be a Nazi airship.
Yeah, I mean, the name is very German.
Famously enough, the Hindenburg and their, I seem to recall on its ill-fated voyage, it flew over a baseball game at Yankee Stadium, and there on the tail of the ship,
oh no,
was the swastika.
Yeesh,
so if you're picking the Hindenburg, you're also paying money to be on a Nazi airship.
I do not want to be on the Hindenburg. Nick?
Back to the Titanic and go.
Yeah, I guess that's where I'm going to be dying, freezing. By the way, I saw this at the start of the show. I took a screenshot of it. I wanted to save it for dumb. It's not a dumb debates question, but I want to ask it anyway. GBR for Life 35 wrote in the YouTube chat. Does anyone else get tired of the GBR chants guy at games? And by this one, I think he means the Go Big Red. The answer is yes.
I think it's funny when he does it and nobody responds.
That is hysterical when that happens. I used to like the Go Big Red guy. I do not like the Go Big Red guy.
When I was at the Iowa game this last fall, there was a person trying desperately when everybody was
Yikes.
leaving.
Yikes.
It was hilarious.
Yeah, that's tough.
I mean, it's just like any other, repetitive chant. It does get annoying over time, even if it is your favorite team.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm out on it.
Yeah. Dave says the chant in general or superfan Kevin. I didn't even realize that there was this person until I think baseball season. People were talking about this guy. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Well, he certainly does it, but he's not the only one.
No, I'm talking about just people in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like it. It's annoying to me. Oh, by the way, Jed writes about Nick.
Okay.
Nick's idiotic comparison about the ding ding man not giving out ding dings. Better not call it a hamburger because there isn't ham in it.
That's not the same thing at all.
Oh, interesting, Nick. You're okay with that?
Yeah, because that's not what my argument was. You're getting ice cream from the ice cream man. You're not getting ding dings from you're not going to him and paying him for ding dings. You're paying him for ice cream.
By the way, my friend Steve, who also grew up in Fremont.
Thank you, Steve. What did he say?
We and our kids called it the ding ding man their whole lives.
Got him. Maybe.
And how does Nick know nobody else in the country calls it the ding ding man?
It's funny you say that.
Somebody have friends in other parts of the country.
Somebody tweeted at us. Where is it at? It was on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. Here we go. It's from Scott. Growing up in Eastern Pennsylvania, we called it the ding ding man.
Oh, so Omaha and Philadelphia,
Bummer.
home of the Eagles, shaking hands.
Bummer.
I swear to God, I until this morning never had heard.
Yeah. And now, John, you can be like us, and you can call it the ding ding man.
I call it the guy who plays the creepy music. Please get out of my neighborhood.
Pennywise the clown.
So we never had an ice cream man in Manning. That just didn't happen. It was too small of a town to have an ice cream man. So my exposure to it was always through cartoons and TV and media. And they've never called it the ding ding man. They called it the ice cream man, which is where I learned to call it the ice cream man.
Yeah.
And then I asked my wife about it. She's from the Stanton area. Also called it the ice cream man.
Just because you haven't heard of something doesn't mean it's not true.
No,
though.
I know it's a Dunning-Kruger effect type of thing, but it's interesting that I haven't heard about it until now. Like, it seems like the type of thing you would have heard about. It's an ice cream man. It's such a universal thing.
No, I think it's because you've only lived in Omaha since you've been an adult.
It's still 10 years. I would have picked up on that.
I mean,
in 10 years.
John's been doing radio shows in Omaha for 14, and he had never heard of it.
And I think that's what's causing such the consternation of it.
Some of it too, though, is you don't see as many ice cream men as you used to.
That's true. Severe says Philly does not call it the Ding Ding Man. Philly calls it the Water Ice Man. The water ice,
something like that.
Water ice.
One last thing here. I'm not going to play this whole video, but Josh sent it in, and Josh said, "Is this the greatest marketing campaign ever?"
Okay.
It is a spot. Now, Nick, you're going to have to let me know because you're a Liquid Death consumer.
Okay.
Do they also have interest in garage beer?
Probably.
Well, this is a co-op spot between the two brands. And what you will hear at the beginning, for those of you who don't have video and listening in on the radio, it's starring Jason Kelce.
Ugh.
And he is going to the bathroom.
AI data centers waste millions of gallons of water. That's why Liquid Death and Garage Beer have decided to team up. We want your pee to cool these data centers. We want your pee. Please give us your pee. Let's pee on computers together. 'Cause we need lots of pee. Endless gallons of pee. Join our important endeavor.
So it basically goes for 90 seconds. It's just a massive
Holy
show.
crap.
Bringing
Holy
their
piss.
jugs and
To answer your question, I don't think Liquid Death has a stake in Garage Beer. I think it's just a collab. Liquid Death does a lot of collabs like this. I think the point of this is data centers don't need water to cool it off. It could be any liquid. It's just that water is the most affordable one for them to use. So I think they're trying to
yes, that's what they're trying to
instead of
do. But
water.
I mean, it is because there's a lot of people that have problems with data centers using up a lot of valuable water and resources. So the idea is, why don't we just donate our pee?
Mm.
I don't know. It's a pretty funny spot if you watch it.
I hate the Kelsey, so I can't stand behind it, but good on them. I hate their guts.
So if the Kelseys were big Cowboy fans, you would be out?
Well, that would mean
on the Cowboys.
Hall of Famer Jason Kelce was the Dallas Cowboys center and helped him win a Super Bowl, so I'd probably be in. Or Travis Kelce would be a 3-time Super Bowl tight end on the Cowboys. I think I'd be in. One more on the Ding Ding Man from Robert. Hi, I'm 62 and have always called him the Ding Ding Man. My children and grandchildren have always called him the Ding Ding Man. I grew up in California and called him the Ding Ding Man. He is the Ding Ding Man.
Do you know the Ding Ding Man?
Incredible.
I mean, the Van Halen song is pretty explicit. Well, I'm your ice cream man. Stop me when I'm passing by. And if David Lee Roth says it's true, it's the ice cream.
Are you going to argue with David Lee Roth, Josh?
Yep.
Oh.
Well, good. He'll probably do a karate kick on you or something. I don't know. All right. Well, that was a good dumb debate. Thank you,
it
Shafe.
was. Good job, Shafe.
Thank you, Shafe. And yes, we were able to bookend the day on 1620 The Zone discussing the Ding Ding Man.
Good job by us. That is some synergy that we have never seen on this radio station.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up, we've got content. Oh,
what?
Shohei.
Oh, more like goat hay.
The Mariners, and is the R word back, folks?
I mean, the answer is yes, but the question is, which one are we talking about?
Well, you'll find out next on 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Now I'm getting flooded with ding ding man. So, how you never heard of ding ding man? Ding ding man. Because smart people didn't call it the ding ding man because he doesn't sell ding dings. Anyway,
he doesn't sell ding dings.
He does not sell ding ding.
Unless there's an ice cream bar called the Ding Ding, which I guess he does. We talked about this earlier a little bit, but not only did the SEC join the Big Ten in not allowing former pros into college football this season, they also said the same thing for their basketball programs as well. Will these rules stick, or will the courts allow the players through?
Well, I mean, we're getting to that point where we got with the Sorsby case, right? Where it no longer became an NCAA issue, became a conference issue.
Mm-hmm.
And as we know, the Big 12 basically threatened the state of Texas and Texas Tech, the Texas Attorney General, that we're going to enforce this and we'll take you to court. And they backed down. And the Big 12 ended up winning, and Sorsby was ineligible. So we're kind of facing that same thing here. Will the SEC actually press through on this if sued? Will the Big Ten press through if sued? If a suit happens, will they try to go after both leagues or all of the leagues, or will it just be the league in question? It'd be very interesting to see how this works out. The cynical part of me thinks that the courts are going to do what the courts are going to do, and these players are going to be eligible. The problem also is the timing of all of this, because we're right up against the start of the season. So I think on that note, I say no, they won't allow these players in, but it would not shock me if somehow they got an injunction and were able to be eligible.
They will not be allowed to play. It is not going to happen. Also, the Big 12 has since voted on it officially, and it is passed with them as well. It's been reported first by Pete Thamel. And this was, by the way, for all sports. So again, John, the one-upping continues. It was football and then football and basketball. Now it's every single sport round, which, again, makes all the sense in the world. But no, none of these guys are going to come back and play.
Shohei Ohtani, some call him the GOAT.
GOAT, hey.
Starting on the mound Sunday in Detroit is a possibility. Dave Roberts said that to reporters. Are you surprised they're bringing him back to pitch before September?
I am, because I listened to John, and I trusted John earlier this season when he said he is never pitching in 2026. I'm John Bishop.
Never.
It's my guarantee. He won't pitch anymore this season. And so
the only thing I guaranteed is that you would misquote me and I win again.
But I trusted you, John. And so I don't know. I guess kind of just going off of what you said in all seriousness, what you said that day, it seemed like, yeah, there's no chance that it's going to happen. So I mean, it's a little.
It's basically September. I mean, what? Sunday is the 31st, I think, or is it the 30th? Either way, I am a little surprised
30th
that they're bringing him back on the short side of this. But if he's ready to go, he's ready to go. The question will be, how will they use him? I mean, the idea is they want to ramp him up and have him ready for the postseason in whatever role they have planned for him there. So, the fact that it is starting as early as it is probably a good sign for the Dodgers.
The Chicago Cubs set a franchise record on Tuesday. That was yesterday. By scoring their 30th unanswered run over 3 games, breaking the previous record of 29 over a 3-game stretch in 1969.
Nice.
Is it?
Oh.
No, because they lost yesterday.
Wait, what?
They couldn't hold a lead, and they lost today.
What?
So, no.
Are the Cubs bad again?
The bullpen all of a sudden has gone to crap.
Oh, that's a bummer.
So, no, this is not nice. This is a dumb record. I hate it. I hate everything about it.
Okay. Sorry, John and Nick, for that question.
Care about the Cubs.
Okay.
Well, it's still a question.
That's true. It is a question.
The Mariners won again last night. They're second in a row and 7th in their last 10 games.
Okay, you can't start cheering. You gave up on them.
I'm wearing my hat
2
tomorrow.
months ago.
Oh, crap. They're down 6-0 right now. Rats.
They're 2.5. They're 2.5, soon to be 3.5 games back in the AL West, and 3, almost 4, back in the wild card. John, why do you doubt this team?
Yeah, John.
Because they play in a terrible division. And the whole division sucks, but someone's got to win it. So certainly they could be the team that gets in, but we'll see. They're playing better baseball right now.
So you're not doubting them anymore. It sounds like you're guaranteeing
Well,
they go
again,
to the playoffs. The John Bishop guarantee.
It's just like someone winning the NFC least. Somebody has to do it.
No, it's a good division, John. It's a tough division. Hardened men win that division. How about this from Buster Olney last night? Down the stretch, the Mariners play the A's, Angels, and Rockies, or like Rotkeys. Am I right, John?
Yeah.
In 17 of their last 22 games. That's a lot of games against the Dregs. Put it on the list.
Bad on bad. That ought to be fun.
Go Rockies.
The Mariners are making the playoffs this year. I am putting it on the list.
Christian Gonzalez and the New England Patriots continue to discuss a contract extension, with Gonzalez not too happy there's been no agreement. Quote, "It's frustrating, but I'm focused on the season. I'm focused on here now." Will the Pats trade one of the best corners in the league?
No.
I agree. It's too late in the cycle. It's too late in training camp. I know famously a guy got traded last year on this day, sadly. But no, I don't think he's going to get traded.
I mean,
They'll
it's
figure it out.
possible. I mean, the trade deadline's not.
Shame to the Cowboys. We can give you like our
so-
backup, one of our backup defensive tackles or linebackers. Do that.
The Commanders have been selling gear with the old team name and logos at the team store.
What? Wait, say that again, Nick.
The Commanders of Washington have been selling gear with the old team name and logos at the team store.
Yikes. Tough luck.
They said they're doing so on a limited basis in order to preserve their trademark and insist they are not changing back.
Definitely.
Josh,
Nick,
here's your soapbox.
no soapbox, just it's called a right box, John. Will you finally
a Reich box?
Well, a lot of these fans, they probably believe in that kind of stuff. Will you finally join me in saying that they are obviously going back to the name? They're so obviously doing this.
No, they're not. They are not going back.
Why would you sell that gear? Why would you sell the gear if you think that the thing is bad? They don't think it's bad. They're just waiting. They're waiting to bring it back again.
The gear that I have reportedly seen is like when they're honoring, like the shirt I saw was an Art Monk t-shirt. And Art Monk famously played when they were still the Arters.
Oh, wait, it's just like him in a uniform?
So it's basically it's an Art Monk t-shirt and it shows him in uniform with the old uniform
what he used to wear. Yeah.
With the Washington logos.
Mhm.
So that's that. Now, if there's other stuff beyond that, I don't know. So I don't think they're selling the Indian headdress, logo by itself.
Well, Nick, soon enough.
But it is part of the shirt of Washington Legends that is being sold. So that's apparently how they're getting around this.
Interesting.
Nebraska will see a new logo when they visit Illinois this fall. Construction machine manufacturer Caterpillar, otherwise known as CAT, will have their logo on the football field as part of a new sponsorship deal with the school. It's not a uniform patch, but another corporate partner has hit the Big Ten. Do you think we'll see Nebraska do anything like this before year's end?
I don't know, but this kind of goes back to what we talked about yesterday when we played the Troy Dannon clip, and he was talking about NIL and where the money needs to come from, and he's not going to be going to the guy in row 77. But it's more about institutional support and the corporate support. And I think that when he talks about corporations, this is what he's talking about. He's talking about finding people that will put their logo on Nebraska's uniform, that will put their logo on Nebraska's field, and pay what Nebraska thinks is the proper value. I did not see what Illinois is getting for this deal with Caterpillar, but certainly in the millions of dollars. I don't know exactly how many, but I think Nebraska is finding out the hard way that what they value in a sponsorship of either their uniform or the field or both is not what corporate America sees. And so there's a disconnect there between the price willing to be paid versus the value Nebraska thinks they have.
Yeah, I don't think that they will have it on the field. I mean, the first game is a few days away, and I know not last year. Was it 2 years ago, John, that they were snapping the 1890 logo on the field?
Yes.
Remember that? And they went back and forth, and so like
Yes.
it can be done. But no, I don't think so. I think that this will be a future years project.
I do think if Nebraska does this, they should partner with John Deere, because John Deere was also really cool and incredible 30 years ago.
Oh, Nick, you monster!
And now they suck, but they still rely on the goodwill of their previous name to
monster. You are a jerk.
That's
if you want to, if you want to go that far, you could say, because I've made this comparison before. Nebraska's kind of like 7-Up. You know, it was
I
a
hate
big
7-Up.
It used to be a big brand. It was the brand when it came to lemon lime sodas, and now people hardly talk about 7-Up.
Yeah. Except when we say, man, remember 7-Up? That stuff sucks.
I honestly thought 7-Up was going to have a resurgence when they changed the name of Sierra Mist to Starry.
Oh, I forgot that they did that.
Yeah, because of the porn star. ESPN is ending the practice of putting the bottom line score ticker at the bottom of college football games. Is this good news or the best news?
This is excellent news. I know, because I can already hear some of the pushback, John. Not everybody has a phone. Not everybody is online all day. That's fine. But you know what? We also used to exist in a world where they only put the bottom line up at 28 and 58 every hour. This is going to be just fine. They've apparently been doing this for the Little League World Series, and then occasionally they'll pop in some scores. But this is awesome. One of the benefits of having YouTube TV for specific games is getting the ESPN 4K feed. And when you watch it, it's so clean. It's like clean coal, John. You see the scoreboard for the game, and that's it. And I'm a huge fan. So big thumbs up. Nice job by our ESPN overlords. This is going to be cool.
We don't need all this damn clutter. And yes, people do have phones. Now, what I will be interested in, because sometimes the bottom line was a good promotional tool, because
that's true.
If you're watching one game and there's another game on one of their other networks that's maybe closer or has a dramatic moment, you know, they'll do the little flashing yellow and it'll say a score update. And sometimes that'll get people to go over to that other game. And so I wonder how they're going to handle moments where maybe another game on one of their other networks is worth checking out. Will they do a 28 and 58? Will they do, you know?
Well, I saw this video.
NBC used to do the 10-minute ticker way back in the day.
I saw a
on the
video
NFL.
from the Little League World Series where like something in the upper right-hand corner of the screen there was like a noise. It was the ESPN noise when you log on to their app. I don't know if you know what that noise is, but that popped up, and then this little graphic came up, and I think they had like a promotion for, you're watching the Little League World Series coming up later, blah blah blah. So there will still be
they'll
stuff.
find ways to put stuff on.
But I'm happy that it's gonna declutter it, and I think it's gonna look really good. I'm fine with the bottom line. Like, we have SportsCenter on right now. That during SportsCenter makes sense, you know, because this is a new show. There's information. You're looking for information. What games are tonight, etc. I just don't need it during a football game. You know, I don't need that. I have my phone.
Joey Warcola, producer of Happer and Schaefer.
Oh, I know that
Mornings
guy.
on 1620 The Zone.
Yeah.
He was upset about this news because he said, I like to see if there's something crazy going on and be able to switch to the channel to see the crazy thing that's happening, because I saw it on the bottom ticker thing.
Okay. Just scroll Twitter.
And that was the point that I made earlier. I mean,
they'll be fine. They'll find a way to tell you, hey, there's a crazy thing happening.
Yeah, there's a crazy thing happening. An entire city of people called the ice cream man the Ding Ding.
Oh, along those lines, Jed says, how do they call that company Caterpillar when they don't sell caterpillars? Yikes, Nick.
Again,
interesting.
That's not the argument I'm making.
It was one of the arguments.
He's being intentionally obtuse.
It's one of the arguments.
He thinks he's
be
getting
careful.
me.
Don't call him obtuse. Are you calling
Sorry.
me
Are
obtuse?
you calling me obtuse?
Obtuse means that
I'll
you're
send you
intentionally
down there.
being a dumbass.
I'm not going to
You're
continue.
going the hole.
I'm not going to continue the line. That is the line that I wanted to read there from Shawshank Redemption.
Nice.
That's a reminder. Our movie club this week is
Seven Samurai.
Nice.
Also, they just put Lawrence of Arabia on Netflix, so maybe that'll be my next pick.
Ooh, another 3.5 hour movie, John. What are your thoughts on that one?
Nick apparently does want to be launched into the sun.
Nice.
All right, when we come back, it's What's for Dinner
Awesome.
on 1620 The Zone.
when the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie.
Tortillas.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I'll eat your ass first.
And I think we're going to serve McDonald's, Wendy's, and Burger King.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down.
And I would think that's their favorite food.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap, tortillas, and we're going to get up. And then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like tortillas. Going out to eat.
Yesterday, we were on our own. So, as I was driving home, and I barely beat the train because the train was coming across the tracks in South Lincoln, I decided to take a hard left. You know, when you go hard left, when you go hard left, when you go to hard left, it's usually a bad choice. The hard left was to the drive-through at Taco Bell. Yes, I took my chances with Taco Bell.
Just kidding. I had Taco Bell over the weekend.
John was thinking outside the bun last night.
What did you get, John?
This, well, it was one of those. What do they call those? The 3 combo meal, whatever. I don't remember what they call it.
The box?
The box, yeah.
So much meat, it's falling out of the box.
There was a taco in it. There was the thing that the chicken breast is the shell.
Oh, the chalupa.
Oh, is that what that is? And then a small burrito.
Nice.
The Diablo sauce, though, hit pretty strong. I mean, my mouth was actually burning a little bit from the Diablo sauce.
Wow.
So they must have jacked the Scoville units up on that stuff from the last time I remember.
Because Taco Bell is famously delicious.
It was perfectly adequate.
Tonight, I think I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna do fish and chips. Boy, fish and chips tonight for dinner. Little malt vinegar to dip them in, John.
Sounds gross all the way around.
Oh, I can't wait.
I was on my own last night. I got Burger King, as I do when I'm alone. Oh my gosh, I love a Whopper. I don't know about tonight. We're going over to a friend's house. Maybe we'll get pizza or something.
Ooh. John, have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Now,
Nope.
I know that you are like, don't take my summer away. It's not fall yet. Take down
Don't take my summer away, but yet people do it all the time.
But this week's half-off deal, the Zone half-off deal, is to our great friends at Vala's Pumpkin Patch and Apple Orchard. I don't even need to tell people about all of the things. You know, they have this. You know, everybody knows what they have. Most importantly, what they need to know, John, is that these things will go fast. I feel like every year I've worked here, it's a new record on how quickly they sold out. Friday morning, 9 a.m., 1620thezone.com. Do not miss it. Do not miss it.
I think this is the earliest we've ever done this.
I think that we are very prepared for what is about to happen. We are very prepared.
Winter is coming. Vala's is coming.
Nice, Nick.
Coming. So tomorrow we have Robin Washington. We have 25 teams. And the team tomorrow.
Oh, I saw this earlier.
Is whom?
I saw this earlier.
Tomorrow's team for 25 teams is
UCF! Nice get, Nick!
Oh, my God.
I wanted to save it for second to last.
Oh, man.
And you know what day it is tomorrow?
Thursday! Wow, we're almost done with 25 teams because football's almost here.
Thank God.
It's 3 days away.
We'll see you then.